Hey everybody, welcome to the beginning of stream. Hope you guys are having a nice Tuesday and had a nice weekend. Sunday, Monday was my weekend. Hope the last 2 days treated you well, and you're ready for some more content. We're early. I think the stream command says 3 to 4 p.m. Pacific, and here I am at 10 till 3. Here in 106 degrees Las Vegas. September is supposed to be like generally pleasant compared to summer, but it actually is getting hotter here. We're going the other direction. Straight into the center of the earth. So it's a little toasty. And we're gonna heat things up even more with 100% world tension today. Watching as everything that we know is engulfed in flame. You know, because the little icon at the top right that has a little fireball every time something bad happens in Hearts of Iron. We're playing Hearts of Iron 4 today. Hey, what's up? Dog butt. Coming back into a little hoy. I'm very excited. I've been having the itch to play this anyways, and I have a really good excuse because we got the new DLC.
This is the Subsound Premium.
The new expansion coming out in September. I forget what day it comes out. The exact date is the 27th. Though, if we're lucky, we might get to see it before then. So, I'm pumped about that, and on top of that, the release date finally was announced for Victoria 3. So I'm just in a very paradox kind of mood, and that comes out in October. So we're just a couple short months away, less than 2 months away, for Vicky 3, at last. And I can finally learn how to play. Then at that point, I will only, like, once I get into the Victoria series, the only Paradox bingo card slot left will be EU4, because I have technically played Imperator. So I have played all Paradox series by the time I get through Victoria, and if I ever play Europa. But yeah, it's a Paradox kind of mood today. He's still in the house unboxing. There's nowhere for that stuff to go. It may as well stay in a box because it's just organized in there, you know? It's just a bunch of junk. I gotta remind you, I gotta stay in the like moving chapter for as long as I can. To be fair though, I only moved like 1 month ago. It's been a month of streams, chat. That's crazy, right? I feel like I was just getting asked for the first time, where the heck are you? Yesterday. People coming in. People are still, I guess, still coming in and asking that, but I feel like it was just yesterday too. But what's up, people rivers? And beginning a stream subs, Cobra Blue says, thanks for the past 4 years of streams, particularly the last few weeks while I've been recovering from surgery. Well, I hope the surgery and the recovery went well. And thanks for 4 years of supporting the stream and keeping it online. It's a long time. To all the people who are sick or ill or bedridden in some way, I feel you. I had that, getting COVID earlier this year was definitely the worst 2 full weeks of the past 4 years, probably. It was bad. It wasn't even that, like, I wasn't, like, debilitated. I was just mentally in the worst place. I was just so bored. Bored, hurting, not feeling good, can't sleep, tired. Just a combination of all that. So, I feel you. Those of you who are just stuck. You can't do anything. I'm bedridden as a lifestyle choice. Yeah, I mean, if you just stay in bed so long that you physically can't get out because that's what you chose to do, then go for it. As long as you can still turn the stream on. As long as you can get the computer to do Windows updates every so often to reboot. But thank you, Cobra Blue, and get well soon. Grulon, people arriving for over 2 years. Thanks for the tier 1 sub, Grulon. Howdy. Bonaparte, also jumping in here with a double sub. Thanks for the 2-in-1, Bonaparte. You're as good as 2, nay, 5 non-subs. Scripts 3 says, hell yeah, my favorite stream game from Etalyx, wish me luck. Gonna start working at McDonald's in a few days. Next month, gonna pay the sub with my own money. Scripts, it worries me that you just did a tier 1 sub and said that it's not with your own money. So, begs the question, whose money is it? Don't innocently smiley face. Who, chat, did they take it from you? Am I turning chat upside down, shaking out your lunch money to get a sub? But anyways, good luck. I hope your shift manager is nice. I hope that whoever is above them is also nice. And I hope, moreover, that customers are nice, or better yet, that you don't ever have to see customers. There's 2 types of people in this world. The person who will check the bags, notice that not only does their sandwich have mayonnaise when they said no mayonnaise, but they are now going to not only turn around, get back in line, so that they can correct the issue, but also find the store number so they can leave a review online to express their dissatisfaction. Or the person who has stopped asking for special orders altogether and simply takes everything as it is supposed to come and just crosses their fingers, hopes that it's right, but if it's not, eats it anyways. But they don't find out until they get home because they're too ashamed to ask anybody to do anything. As long as I leave with any amount of food, I'll eat whatever they give me. Yeah, that's how I am, yeah. I do take a couple of, like, I've started to take some preemptive measures for one reason in particular: sauce. Okay? That's the one thing that I will break the social barrier in order to make sure that there is enough sauce, i.e. for chicken tendies, i.e. dipping, whatever, like chicken. It doesn't have to be chicken, but just anything that you need to dip, I'll make sure that there is sauce. Like recently, I got just a whole bunch of chicken. I think I got probably 4 meals worth of chicken from KFC, and I asked for some sauce, and I think I got 2 to 3 little packets of sauce for 4 individuals worth of chicken. And it's like, I don't know if you guys have eaten KFC recently, but eating dry KFC, I would compare it to sandpaper, but I will instead say that it's like if you put a piece of bread in the toaster and then turn it up to the maximum amount of toast just before it's burned, pop it, and then eat it dry with no jelly, no butter, no nothing. That's the equivalent of just eating plain KFC. There's almost no flavor in the chicken. There's like no seasoning. It's as vanilla as it comes. I understand Popeyes isn't the savior of chicken, but at least they have some seasoning on their chicken. The only one that I give the exception to is Cane's, because the reason it's an exception is you have to pay for more sauce, which I think is a crime. You can't offer chicken as your only service. Like, that's the single food that you have, and then charge for more than one sauce. Listen, you know that you're starting to get old and you're starting to become the boomer that you were born to be when your first thought is that's a racket. Like when you start unironically saying the word racket in sentences is when you have become the old person. It'll be your turn one day too. Tastes like salt and grease. Those mashed potato bowls are good. I haven't had one of those. That's a big mug. It needs to be larger. Let's do the head check. How big is it compared to my head? See, it doesn't look as big now, but like perspective, this is huge. This is a massive mug. Anyway, who else goes there? Above scripts. Asus Leet says hi, chat, for 9 months. Hi. Thanks for subbing. Welcome back. Tune Up Pickup glaring at chat for a 42nd month. Yo. Thanks, Tune Up. I'm gonna sneeze. In 3, 2. I tried to mute it halfway through. What did that sound like? All right, I caught it in time. Whew, allergies have been crazy today. All right, we're back. Shaken up a little bit. Hi, Tune Up. Thanks again. Peplad says, whoa, I love subscribing to Etalyx. It's so cool. He is a skilled gamer who always plays on the hardest difficulty and never gets scared by any game. He's just that brave. I did beat Cult of the Lamb on the hardest difficulty. That's got to count for something. But no, other than that, we don't really play on the hardest difficulty. RimWorld we do, but we haven't won. So I don't know what that says about me. Maybe that says I'm human, I think. That says I'm normal. Maybe slightly above average. Like every other human, I think I'm a 7 out of 10. We're going to be playing Hearts of Iron on regular difficulty today because even that is challenging enough. And we did finish a campaign of Total War on hard mode, but not hardest. You enjoy the pain. And Laughing Bear. Looky there, it's been 4 years. It's the second 4-year sub today. You guys must know each other. Cobra Blue and Laughing Bear. You subbed the same day 4 years ago, apparently. Anyway, welcome one, welcome all. We are about to jump into World War II Simulator, nice and early today. And we gotta figure out who we're playing as. I have some ideas. I have some inklings to pursue. But yeah, I'm just very into map game mode right now, mentally. I just realized that we went straight from Total War to this. Oh well. Map games and colony simulators you will find in abundance here if you stick around long enough. Hello, Steven_Haleston, welcome. Real Feel in Vegas is 113. Yeah, it's pretty toasty. The DLC's not out yet. It's out in like a little less than a month. And when that comes out, that's when the Switzerland, Italy, and Ethiopia focus trees will be available. If you get a good story out of RimWorld, you've won. I agree. I would like to try another RimWorld save at some point in the not-so-distant future. Hello, Wanmean, Chaos Dragon, Fronald, Habitual Oaf, Northern, Nairo, Dorito, and more. Tarkov was probably the pinnacle of this stream's difficulty struggle in my viewing experience. We had a couple of games of Tarkov where I was doing pretty well. I don't feel like I struggled that much in Tarkov. I don't remember raging that much. There were a couple of deaths that were shocking. Tarkov was so much fun, though. It scratched an itch that hadn't been scratched since Rust. Of just playing with people. That's actually one thing I do really miss. Like, Twitch hasn't had that game that sort of just sweeps over everybody, and everybody does it. Elden Ring doesn't count. Like, because it's not really like a multiplayer thing, per se. I miss, you know, like when Fall Guys was brand new, and like every streamer on Twitch is doing it and having fun for 3 days. And I miss when Tarkov was just slowly creeping up on everybody, and lots of broadcasters are getting out of their comfort zone and playing something that they never would play otherwise just because it was so popular. That was probably me. I just kind of jumped in on the hype watching other streamers. Because what's funny is I actually did, I think, a YouTube preview of Tarkov way back when. Way before it became popular. Like, listen, I played it before it was cool. And you know what? I really wasn't that impressed. Because I didn't understand it. Because they did something that was fairly novel. Or at least they were working on something that was novel. It didn't seem as novel in the wake of PUBG and Fortnite and other things. Like, it had some similarities. It was just more hardcore, but it felt really novel back when I first played it. And I just didn't understand it and sort of dismissed it. Came back to it and had a really good tear with it. Fortnite and PUBG had a big footprint. So did Amogus. I know you can't say that here. But I don't want necessarily something that's as big as that. I just want something that is... like, it gets a bunch of different communities hyped. A bunch of different broadcasters hyped. And sort of by surprise. Because I think all those games snuck up on people. I want to be surprised. I want to start seeing something make waves. You know, I miss that feeling. What I have seen is the opposite of that. I have seen so many content creators I follow just be like, "Someone please help. There is nothing that motivates me right now. I crave stimulation. Give me something. I don't want to play anything." Like, I've seen that, the total opposite. People are feeling a little stale right now, understandably. Regardless of there being a few cool releases in the last couple weeks. Hello, General Planet. I've been in the frozen tundra for the last 2 weeks. What did I miss? You here right back in time to pick a country in Hearts of Iron. To kick off 1936 again. Thanks for 20 months of sub. Hope the last 2 weeks are fun. More like we're getting old? I don't think we're getting old as much as there's a combination of things. Some of these games are generational hits. Like, Minecraft was a once-in-a-generation hit, right? Like it or not, Fortnite and PUBG and Tarkov and Amogus are also once-in-a-generation hits. Like, they happened concurrently, but they're different. They take different genres. Like, there's not something that comes out 4 times a year. So I think what's actually happened is not that, maybe a little bit that we're more spoiled than getting old. Like, there's so many games now, and there's so much to choose from, that I think on average you'll find that we play more games for less time than we did maybe 10, 20 years ago. Because there's more options. We have a buffet of choices. And we can pick a game, buy it, play it, and be done with it. Whereas those same games we might have played 2 or 3 times longer 10, 20 years ago because of the lack of other options. Like, kids now are becoming like esports pros when I was like playing the same toilet level of GoldenEye on N64 just so that I could shoot every bad guy in the ass and in the dick to see how they react to it. And I would just play just the bathroom part where you drop down, where the dude's standing in front of the urinal, and shoot him. And then I would restart the level over and over again. Endless entertainment as a child. So I think we've just become more advanced. It takes a little bit more to keep people's attention now than like a funny animation when you shoot them with a silenced pistol, you know? Do you want a Game of Thrones of gaming? What, like a serial game? Like something that like a heirloom game that has a lot of, I mean, that's sort of, we kind of already play those, like games that have newer releases. I think that'd be closer to like games as a service, like Final Fantasy just keeps adding more story, more content, more raids, until you have so much game that it's too intimidating to even start. Cultural phenomenons. You can't beg for a cultural phenomenon. It just has to happen. And it can happen at any time. That's what makes it so exciting. And this is what makes playing every new game so exciting, because you never know. You're like, is this going to be something that blows my mind and I didn't expect it to? Like, for me, I was really into Cult of Lamb. It kind of came out of nowhere for me. Someone in chat one day was just like, hey, you should check this out. I think you'll like it. And then 2 weeks later, it came out, and I was like, whoa, this is great. I love it when that happens. It's a great feeling. And then it's over. Why does it have to end? Why can't we just enjoy something forever? Forever. Chad, why can't you just stay here on my stream with me forever? Welcome to 1936. It's not a great time to be on the Earth. The dark times are coming for you again. We got Hitler to worry about, Mussolini to worry about, Japan to worry about. Almost 20 years have passed since the end of the Great War, and the world has yet again been doused in gasoline. A single spark may be all it takes. So you can jump to 1939 when the historical war actually begins, but nobody likes that. It's dumb and it's stinky, so don't do it. No, but the 3 years of setup time, 3.5 years actually, of setup time are huge. You can really choose a direction for your nation, whichever one you pick. And a lot of things can happen, like the war can actually break out in ahistorical mode a year or two early compared to this. You're missing out on a lot of opportunity to sort of get your country where you want it to be, and it kind of defeats the purpose of the focus tree choices, in my opinion. So we'd start there. I bet stream 24 hours. 24-hour stream, let's go. Don't do it. I've never seen anyone play the 1939 start. I don't think so either. Are there any settings you can turn on to make this even more chaotic? I think it's as chaotic as it can be. Because it's in ahistorical, any combination of things can happen. So it should already be good. Hello and welcome, Lemony Sours. Thanks for the E sub for 8 months. E. Send the stream. And Super Tentorium says, I'm back, baby. For half a year. Half an entire year. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. My first inclination of nations that I want to play, because there's some that we've already played that I've wanted to go back to because the run didn't go so well. And the ones that stand out to me are Poland, who was just added in No Step Back pretty recently. I think we tried to do Polish monarchy, and it went okay. It went fine, but I seem to remember losing in the end to Germany. if I remember correctly. Poland is very challenging, especially if Germany and the Soviets do what they do historically and attack from two sides. I don't know really how to win as Poland in historical, but I'm sure there's a way if you're just really tight with all your movements and decisions, which I don't have enough preparation to do that correctly, but it would still be fun. And the second one is Greece. Greece we did ages ago when I really first started getting into streaming Hearts of Iron 4 a bunch, was the Battle of the Bosporus, which is ages ago now, but it feels like it was just yesterday. And I think we tried Kingdom of Greece, basically got immediately invaded as Italy, and then reset. So we didn't really play very far. So Greece is kind of small and but has big potential. If I did Greece, I probably would just go meme and try to make the Byzantine Empire again. We had a full run as Turkey, which was very isolationist. I think we waited an entire stream before we had any war. And Turkey was good. So I'm thinking either Greece, Poland. I really wouldn't mind playing as Latvia or Lithuania. We did Estonia and created the Finnic Ergo Empire with Finland. I don't know if it was the Empire, but it was... We united Finland and Estonia, I think. But of the interesting countries, there's only a few. A lot of the Chinese warlords and Asian nations we haven't really played. We did have a really successful campaign as Xinjiang. Xinjiang was good. But yeah, we've done a good number of these now. I've done a majority of everything except the Asian nations. Does Finland have a special focus tree? No, but Estonia does have some Finland synergy. Latvia sounds interesting. It does. But yeah, I haven't played as I'm not really in the mood to either, but I haven't played as Bulgaria, Romania, Yugoslavia, or Hungary. This little section I haven't played as. When the DLC comes out, I kind of just want to do one campaign of each. Ethiopia, Switzerland, and Italy in there would be fun. So yeah, I'm thinking my top choices are still Poland or Greece. The reason I want to do Poland is just because it's difficult, but it's also a pretty large land area, where if you do manage to survive, you can really get your military infrastructure rolling. And I want to design some tanks. Like, I've really been craving some tank combat. But, on the other hand, Greece calls to me. The possibility... I do enjoy actually building ships in this game, which I know is illegal if you play Hearts of Iron. You're not allowed to enjoy naval combat, but I find it understandable at this stage to some extent. I don't know all the ins and outs or the meta, but I do enjoy making a super fleet. And it would be challenging just to try to take Turkey down. But Poland has a lot as well. They're both good choices. Okay, let's do a poll. I don't know if I'll do exactly what you guys want, but we'll see what you think is best. Because we've done, like, Mexico. Well, I would like to redo Mexico and Portugal and all that at some point, but just not today. These are the two that I am in the mood for the most. There you go. Poll in chat. What are we doing tonight, Brain? Is that Pinky and the Brain? Ron Doesn't Care, who's back for 70 months? Hello, Ron Doesn't Care. I guess chat's helping decide right now. As we speak. And Trev Dog Millionaire is getting pumping it Polska style. for 17 months. Yo. Thanks, Trev Dog. Hello, both of you. What's chat saying? Have you played any major powers? We have played France. And that's it. Because I find the major powers kind of boring. But Italy will be fun. I do want to play Italy. And no, I have not played any Hearts of Iron mods on the stream. But France is the one that I have done. While you guys are voting, I'll tell you about the other countries we've done. We did Canada was our first campaign ever. I don't know if we ever even streamed that, but we did it ages ago. We did an Australia fascist campaign. We did South Africa, uniting Africa, and then fighting against Europe. We did the British Raj, and became India, of course. Czechoslovakia, I think we did a run where we tried to hold the borders against Germany. Haven't done Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia, or any of these, except for Xinjiang. We did Mexico and totally botched it. We did the Netherlands and had a really successful campaign as the Netherlands, where we defeated the Empire of Germany, the German Empire, under Kaiser something. It wasn't Kaiser Wilhelm, the third. We did not give the Kaiser back to the German Reich and kept him in house arrest. Chat has chosen Greece with 61% of the vote. All right, let's do it then. But yeah, we ended up defeating the German Empire as the Netherlands, which was hilarious. I don't remember the other details. So we're gonna start as Konstantinos Demerzis. Now, go back to menu. Wait, wrong menu. Okay. Here we are. So, we have elections January 1936, but we're an authoritarian regime, so maybe no elections? Non-aligned ideology? Do we have a democracy here? Greece is a nation in crisis. Royalists and Republicans have perpetuated a fervent struggle for the nation's soul, which resulted in the abolition of the Second Hellenic Republic in 1935. The king, an autocratic foreigner, remains a highly divisive figure with an uncertain future. Distracted by petty domestic politics, a malignant and revanchist Bulgaria has been allowed to fester in the north, while Greece's longtime nemesis and newfound ally, Turkey, undergoes a political metamorphosis to the east, and that is to say nothing of this stirring monster on the other side of the Adriatic. Is People Leave gone? I don't know, I didn't do anything. I did not mess with the emotes. Okay, so we're playing regular, ahistorical AI. We're gonna go Iron Man mode to keep this extra spicy. We're here forever. People leave, people left. Yeah, I think that's true. Leaving all the custom game rules the same to the defaults. You can mess with these as much as you want. Let's do it. So we have to create a save. Iron Man Netherlands, baby. No, this is now Iron Man Greece. Iron Man Greece. Chat, what rhymes with Greece besides fleece? Lease? Meese? Sheesh. Sure, why not? Okay. Humble beginnings. Not much land here in Greece. And we've also got islands to deal with and defend. This is going to be interesting. So, as Greece, we have a number of national spirits that are probably counterintuitive to our progress as a great nation. We do have 3 tech slots to be in, so that's good. At least we have the standard amount. We have 5 civilian factories to build with, which could use some improvement. We have 2 whole dockyards and 2 whole military factories. Wowee. We make 4 guns a day in our entire nation. 4.62 to be exact. The .62, of course, is the, the trigger, the barrel, and then the next day we get like the stock, the muzzle, the sights. We try and like combo them. Whew. Whole nation, put your heads together and make 4.5 guns a day. National focus is going to be its own thing, so let's go ahead and do the easy part first. Let's take a look at our soldiers. Our soldiers are okay. 18 combat width. We're looking to get that up to like 21 combat width or so at the beginning. Combat width is just an at a glance of how dense your particular unit is. And you can kind of look at that to estimate. It's sort of like a points system, actually. So the combination of all of the infantry or artillery or tanks or truck units or whatever, but support units do not contribute to that combat width. So we can have like 5 support division units per division. There we go. What about the horsies? Horsies are much smaller, only 12 combat width. Mountaineers, they're okay. We're gonna need those mountaineers because there are a lot of mountains in Greece. Especially here on the border with Yugoslavia and Albania, which Italy historically would like to get their hands on. So we're gonna have to watch the border with Albania. We don't make support equipment. Yeah, it's pretty funny actually that my divisions start with 2 support companies, but do not themselves actually produce any support equipment, so that's odd. The troops are well trained also. Yeah, they're regular. They're okay. They brought them from home. Sounds about right. Okay. For the time being, we're just going to grab every division here and then send them into an army. And then that army will have a commander. Okay, so let's get the commander first. Commander Alexandros Papagos. Or Papagos. Decent. 4 defense, some good planning and supply consumption, and just a ton of traits here. And they're already ready to receive more if we had any command power, which we don't. What do they do? Old Guard. Good at entrenchment, but doesn't level up very fast. Good at defense and logistics. Chat, I have a question. I actually don't know this. When they have a trait that boosts their defense and logistics, do they get that on top of the number that you already see? Or is that already counted into the display on the right? They're cheaper to promote. They're way cheaper to promote. Borderline free. This is like 75% off promotion cost. I don't know if that helps us at all right now. This leader respects and reveres the monarchy as a Greek institution and also gets some mountain bonuses. That's going to be potentially a problem later, depending on which route we take. These guys have different allegiances that may result in them being not available depending on which direction we take the nation. I believe it's the number that you see. Okay. So we got, we still got to pick. So Field Marshal, and then Army General, you probably just be this guy. He's a little bit worse at planning, but a little bit better at offense and defense. Cautious. Planning speed is low, but less of a chance to get wounded, cheaper to promote, good at reconnaissance, and they're all good at sort of navigating the mountains, which is good. I'm going to give them, what kind of order? For the time being, they're just going to have a simple area defense order just to kind of spread out. Kind of put them all over the place. Let's do naval bases, victory points, air bases, and forts. We need 25 divisions to defend all this. That's okay. We'll do 20. All right, that'll work. You guys got your orders. Now let's have the dockyards make convoys. Convoys to help us trade. We don't even have enough resources for the few things we're making. We're already low on steel, so that's good. We'll definitely want to add a production line of support equipment up here. We need to make a new factory. How many spots for factories do we have? Oof. There's 4 here, 6, 2, 4, 2, and 1. Good. Greece is so weirdly shaped, very annoying to invade. Hopefully, I mean, that's the idea. We want to keep this to ourselves, don't we? We also have terrible infrastructure here. Infrastructure, of course, being useful for a variety of things. Infrastructure is the 40% that you see. The number is how many slots we have to build in. This is rough. So I actually think, historically, if we had more than 5 civilian factories, I might actually build infrastructure, because building infrastructure does a lot of good things. It allows us to dig more raw resources out of the ground. So in these areas where we have tungsten and steel and aluminum, we can get more. So that's nice. It's just getting, we only have 20 steel coming out of here. So you can actually see those resources listed. And if we build infrastructure, we get additional resources that come out. So that's nice. And it also, better infrastructure helps us build faster in that area in the future. And also helps troops move quicker across. So it has a lot of bonuses, but only 5 factories. I don't think it's going to notice a significant difference from better infrastructure. So I am just going to actually start with more civilian factories, because what we really want is close to 15 civilian factories. So let's just start one up. Wait, we only have 2? Okay, we got a lot of work to do. Where are they all? 5 are being used for consumer goods. Our economy is in the toilet right now. We only have 2 free factories for construction. Dear God. Let's take a look at our national spirits and see why everything is so messed up. George II. We lose 5% stability. Our nation is only 39% stable at the moment, so we're getting some big debuffs from that. George II is the unpopular king of the Hellenes. How do you say that? Is it Hellenes? Hellenic? Hellenic? Hellenes? You got it? Okay. Having been restored to the throne from exile in 1935, thanks to a rigged plebiscite, he's determined to keep the throne this time. Get him. Don't get him. I don't want you, George. Debt to the IFC. That's an extra 15% of our factories to consumer goods. That's part of the reason why we don't have only but 2 of the 7. Also lowers stability by 10%. Greece is heavily indebted to the International Financial Commission, a once influential organization now chaired only by the United Kingdom, France, and Italy. Despite the bloated state of the IFC, the countries attached still desire their debts from Greece to be paid in full, meaning that until we pay our debts or escape them some other way, the IFC has us by the purse strings. Already in debt. Greek be like debt as a gameplay feature. Foreign monopolies. Our dependence on the heavy industries of foreign powers has left many of our developing sectors firmly in the hands of powerful companies answerable only to foreign government. We cannot expect to fully ramp up our modernization process until we either strike a deal with these monopolies or permanently give them the boot from our country. That's another 20% of our factories going to consumer goods, making toasters for the civilian populace instead of helping us produce useful things for the incoming war. Economy law is 25% more expensive to change, and trade law is 75% more expensive to change. So now, all trade law is 300 PPs to change. Whew. Spicy. Economy is 225, and conscription is like 150. That's not all. We also have the Schachtplan. Another consumer goods factories of minus 10% instead of plus. That means we're actually getting some back. But we're having to send an extra 30% of our natural resources to trade instead of being able to use them ourselves. We build civilian factories slightly faster, and that's also increasing the cost of our laws. The brainchild of German economist Hjalmar Schacht, the Schachtplan guarantees Greek access to German markets in exchange for increased imports of raw materials from Greece to Germany. The Germans have been generously keeping us afloat, and yet we may have fallen right into their trap by becoming so dependent on their generosity. 300 PPs. Political instability, negative 15%. Between 1924 and 1935, we have had 23 changes of government, 13 coups, and a dictatorship. The people have had enough and are ready for some stability in their government, but they also remain cautiously skeptical about the odds of any one government surviving very long. We must prove them wrong and bring an end to the constant infighting by bringing our political foes to heel. How do you have, in 11 years, 23 changes of government? But we're an agrarian society, which is actually not good here. Greece has traditionally relied on agriculture and light industry, with commercial products like tobacco being the primary export. Our reliance on more traditional forms of manufacture have made us dependent on the heavy industry of larger powers for construction projects. Conflict is brewing, and we gotta innovate fast. Minus 30% to all factories output, and we're losing 45% of our recruitable population. There are 102 brave men ready to take up arms against our enemies. We have 81,000 people currently in the armed services, with only 102 people in the reserve, which means we can only tolerate 102 casualties at the moment. A whole army right there, either a whole army or a line of people ready to give answers for Family Feud questions. It could go either way. So let's get the research train started. You know what to do? Start production and production efficiency and construction. So we're gonna go to our 1936. Start trying to improve our building methods for civilian and military construction. Nice little 10% boost. And also unlock our production trees. Develop some new milling machines for military production. And pushing our efficiency caps of our factories up a little higher so we can use them more effectively. And then, of course, let's start researching research, as you do. Same start basically every time, but the consistency gives me comfort. Let's figure out how the heck computers work. Okay, nice and easy. Now what? National focus. Let's see what decisions are available right now, because we've got some interesting mechanics here. We get the 1936 election, like, right out of the gate. We got 25 days left until it happens. If King George II is not arrested, he will interfere in the January election and ensure his monarchist supporters keep their governmental mandate. This is a harder start than I remembered. It's a pretty hard start, yeah. Cool fact, there was a government in Greece that reigned for exactly 1 day during that time. We have fewer Greeks ready to fight than Leonidas had Spartans. Yes, that's correct. 1/3, in fact, and we will make it work. Greece's internal political state is so fractured that direct intervention from the government is necessary to preserve the nation's integrity. So we got the different factions here: monarchists, republicans, communists, and fascists. We have to work on befriending different ones and kind of keeping them balanced. We have some American battleships we can recommission. German assistance to get another ship up and running. I don't think they're really going to help. I'm not sure. I guess that's just historical things. They're not really beneficial to us. And then the fun part. What are we going to do? Pretty nice, juicy tree as Greece to kind of pick a direction for our nation. Kind of already decided which way I want to go, whether we win or not. I think it would be good to just go rogue and try and reform the Byzantine Empire and restore it to its former glory. It's probably not going to be doable, but let's give it a shot. Let's go crazy. So I think the first time we played it, we went Metaxism. And maybe ended up reviving the Spartan warrior spirit. Sounds familiar. And it was okay. It had some things that were good. But over here we got the research slot for protecting the Mediterranean. Helleno-Turkism is sort of joining the Axis with Turkey, I believe. Going full fascist on that side. This is revolutionaries of the communist Red Enforcers variety. Puppeting Italy and Germany. Gaining one core and some claims, and puppeting Turkey. Let's give this left-hand side a try. Okay, so for here, we need to bring home the exiled Republicans. With our leader, Eleftherios Venizelos, finally back in charge. We can invite our comrades back from the long exile that was forced onto them by the monarchist regime. We'll need every bit of help to get our old country back on track. So, first you have to have the election over, and the king has to be placed under house arrest before you can pick this. So we can only store up 10 days of national focus. So what we're gonna do is probably devalue the drachma first, do a little economic. So this is all of our economic policy and industrial pursuits. I miss the Dutch Navy. The Dutch Navy was fun. I should show you my personal off-stream game, because I have a Omega Dutch Navy. I have to give you guys a little show of force. 35 days. So we're going to lose a little bit of time on the government side of things, but what we're going to get is a nice injection of political power. We can start managing our debt and eventually get rid of our debt to the IFC. So we'll start there. And what we'll need to do immediately is place the king under house arrest. The Venizelos will win the election. Okay. Check, check. All good. Let's begin. Unpause before 1 hour into the stream. Chat, we went through character creator and unpaused and explained everything. But if you are joining and you have any questions about Hearts of Iron, I know I've streamed it quite a lot. Like probably 400 hours on stream because I enjoy it immensely and find it very replayable, even without mods. And then when you add mods, you have nigh unlimited gameplay. But there's so many different paths to take everything, and when you combine ahistorical runs where the AI will do literally anything in different combinations, and then you have multiple gameplay paths to take with each nation. Sometimes you can focus on maybe navy, sometimes on ground troops, sometimes on tanks and armor. You can have a lot of different avenues to enjoy. Tox, what are your favorite mods? Never played any. Get asked every time, though. What country has been the most uneventful so far? It was actually Turkey. My Turkey run was super isolationist. As Australia, we ended up going total fascist, and we conquered New Zealand, I think, and then ended up invading the United States as fascist Australia with our faction, the Thunder Down Under. united with, I believe it was Peru or Venezuela or both, and also El Salvador, who had just way too many soldiers. I don't know why they had so many, but they had like a full 24 divisions or something crazy, and then we invaded the United States together. It's good. I'm relatively new to RDS games. Is this a good option? This isn't a real-time strategy game. It's a grand strategy game. So when there are battles, you don't control the individual single people like you do in an RTS. So like if you played Total War, we don't go in, we don't zoom in when there's a battle and play we don't move the units around the battlefield. We do, but like not like a RTS. I don't know how to explain it, chat. Help. Do you upload the VODs anywhere? I don't, but there might be some old VODs somewhere. I'm not sure. But anyway, if you're new to... It really depends on what you want if you're new to strategy games in total. I would say it depends on what era interests you the most. The Greek people filled the streets of Greece today, celebrating the choice of the army to ensure the monarchists could not interfere with the election results. The Venizelos have been delivered a powerful mandate to govern, returning from their exile abroad. But they face an uphill battle, uniting a very divided country, and a country that has not forgotten the disastrous war the Venizelos pulled the whole country into in 1919. There also remains the question of what the Venizelos will do with the captured Greek monarch. Regardless of what happens, interesting times lay ahead for Greece. Monarchists and communists become indifferent. Politics change. Phi Leftheron becomes the ruling party. Public elections will be held every 5 years. There he is. That helps our stability. We go up to 64% stability. We gain some war support. Political advisors are cheaper. And then once we're done devaluing the drachma, we can actually pursue that path. More coups, please. I remember in one of the runs, General MacArthur became the dictator of the United States. Yes, that did happen. You play this at more of a high level abstracted compared to RTS. Yes. I would say if you really like World War II and historical simulation, that Hearts of Iron is a fantastic game for that. Crusader Kings is fantastic for role-playing and storytelling. Europa is fantastic for map painting. And Victoria will be fantastic for economic simulation. And then Stellaris is fun for a lot of different reasons. It's kind of hard to narrow that one down. That's just good if you like sci-fi. Like any kind of sci-fi, really. Our financial woes seem to have no end, and defaults and debts have left us with an economic situation that is absolutely untenable. We must intentionally engage in currency devaluation as a requirement for stimulating foreign capital inflow, even though it may hurt some of our debt in the long run. All right, got the political power. We can now do stuff. We can manage a little bit of our debts. So next, I really want to get some of the stability, factory output. We got a couple of choices there, but I think we need to start down the government train as soon as possible. With our leader, Eleftherios Venizelos, finally back in charge, we can invite our comrades back from the long exile that was forced onto them by the monarchists. We need every bit of help if we want to get the country back on track. This is going to give us another big injection of political power. Democracy, communism support. Venizelos ministers and generals will return from exile and become available. Romania stops guaranteeing our independence, and Yugoslavia, Turkey, and Romania do not like us as much after this. Interesting. Let's also do this. No shuffle. Start from the beginning. Okay, so what do we do with this PP? What do we do? Do we start managing our debt a little bit? Or do we go ahead and start... these are just so expensive, but early mobilization. Do we just save for 225 PPs? Or do we start managing debt? Watching you play is making me want to play this game again, but I'm so far behind on the DLC. Two things. What's nice about Hearts of Iron is you don't really need the DLC to have fun. It just, which nations do you enjoy playing, and then buy those DLCs. So you're not missing a lot. But also, they'll go on sale. And then when they do go on sale, that'd be the best time to get the ones that seem fun to you. Okay, here's our managing debt. Greece has been plagued with financial debt since the War of Independence in 1829, and the Great War didn't exactly help alleviate fiscal woes. If we can pay off our debts, it'll surely go a long way securing some semblance of economic stability in Greece. Alternatively, certain radical movements have been known to buck both political and economic convention. Should we fold to one of these movements, or simply allow the world to unravel as time progresses, more drastic courses of action may present themselves. Oh yeah, there's a subscription to this game that you can get. This is actually a good deal, even though chat makes fun of it every time. It's genuinely nice, because you can just pay $5 and have 30 days to play with every single DLC, expansion, base game, and then find out whether you like certain nations or gameplay features, and then I think that's best for people who have the tendency to want to buy 100% of everything, like me. And that you might play something and be like, I can live without it. And that might actually save you some money, even though you pay $5 to check it out. The thing is, that's probably also something a millennial would say, because I grew up in a time where renting something to see if you liked it was very much a normal thing. Like, renting doesn't exist anymore outside of housing. You don't really rent video games like you used to. You don't rent movies. You do, I guess, on digital. You don't do that, but your parents do. Okay, who do we want to pay debts to? Small debt repayments, which gives us 5% consumer goods factories, resources to market plus 10%. So that's actually bad. And then that's 60 days. When it's removed, we get those things back. The UK gets 25 PP, and we have to do it 4 times to clear our debt. Buying Game Pass is kind of like that. It kind of is. It kind of is. Chat, should I start paying this back now? Let's, what do we... Should I just leave it or pay it? No. Yeah. I'm glad more demos are being released. There were as much or more demos back then, too. Hello, Baloney. What's up? How dare we be out of character creator before 2 hours? What's up, Nate? Not Ethan. Thanks for 5 months. Welcome to stream. We can just say screw him and not pay him back. But if we get rid of it, there's one way to totally get rid of debt to the IFC, get our stability and 15% consumer goods back. I'm just going to start paying it. Let's pay the British first. We'll give it a try. We're getting 1 PP per day. We need like 225 before I can even change the government type anyways. It was so easy to rent games at like Hollywood Video and try it out. Oh, I loved the nostalgia of going to like Hollywood Video or Blockbuster and just looking at the games, looking at the backs, taking one home, and being extra motivated to try to beat it in a single weekend. You would just grind it out, see if you could get to the credits as fast as possible so you could just turn it back in. And then grab another one. I do miss that. That was also when we primarily used discs for games. Chad, when was the last time you went to like Walmart and bought like a PlayStation or Xbox game on disc? Somewhere a internet service provider is rubbing their hands together like, yes, yes, data caps. And their eyeballs turn to money signs. Download Total War Warhammer 3 for 110 gigabytes in a single day download. Yes. Last game I did that was Titanfall 2 on PS4. Last one was Dead Space 3 in 2014. I had Gamefly for a while. Gamefly was pretty sick. Half the time the good games were all rented out and you had to play something dog shit or nothing. Yeah. Or you just go back to the store and you keep checking, you know, like, oh man, the new Call of Duty's not here. I'll come back later. And you annoy the people at the, like, the clerks at the front desk, like, hey, hey, do you have Fable 3 in the back? I really want to play Fable. Do you have Fable 3 in the back? Come on. You just haven't stocked it yet, right? Now, Gamefly is a name I haven't heard in a while. The good old days. Dude, we are 6,000 infantry equipment in the hole, 200 support equipment in the hole. This is awful. We're going to be building the same civilian factory for ages. We're using 4 factories. Where do we get 12 factories? Oh, we're getting exports now. At least we're getting some factories from exports, but they're still taking 8 of them for consumer goods. Whew. Ridiculous. But anyway. I can do some government modification. Who can I get? I can get the PP gain plus 5%. That just doesn't seem like much. Plus, I don't know if we're going to... What government type do we end up going here? Because we're going to compromise with the monarchists, who will become friendly. And then communists will become hostile, but we get 10% more stability. George II relinquishes his stranglehold on the country and becomes a constitutional... Oh, again, Germany! It's like every ahistorical campaign. A sudden Wehrmacht coup led by famed Field Marshal August von Mackensen has triggered a civil war in Germany early this morning. Fascists, royalists, and Democrats alike have taken up arms against their former countrymen, and military units have been removed from the border to see to the internal threat. Fascists under orders of Hitler have already vowed to destroy the nation rather than see it fall to treasonous Germans. I don't think I have seen Hitler actually do anything Nazi-related in a historical in like 4 campaigns. Well, we got 5% world tension. As the German military junta in the west fights the German Reich in the east, Turkey and the Soviet Union have come to an agreement on revising the Treaty of Lausanne. Signed and implemented after the nascent Republic of Turkey repulsed the Entente in the Turkish War of Independence. The treaty has long been decried an assault on Turkish sovereignty, but today the treaty is amended in favor of the newly legalized Montreux Convention. Turkey has complete control over all traffic in the Turkish Straits, and the states around the straits have been remilitarized by Turkey. British observers are merely satisfied that conflict in the region has been avoided. Yes, conflict has been totally avoided in the region with Turkey, for sure. Ethiopia's dead. Italy. Italy! I will have my revenge when the next DLC comes out in less than a month. People arrive. Are we restoring the Hellenistic pantheon? We are restoring the Byzantine Empire, which means we're going to declare war on Turkey in like 4 years and then wish that we hadn't because they're going to have way more troops than we have. Like, we already expect them to have around 200 plus 225,000, which is over double what we currently have. So we have a lot of hill to climb. Plus, we have to fight here, and crossing over the strait from Istanbul is a huge pain in the ass. And then, of course, they will just walk right into here, so we have to have this very well defended. Luckily, there's some resources there, but still annoying. There's a land connection they can just walk on over. Low manpower. Oh, there's 0 recruits? You don't say. And I can't even do training because we don't have any infantry or support equipment to try to generate some army XP. I guess you can still... Oh, look at the fighting strength is 39. I am just going to disband a couple of these units. They're incredibly weak. The orange strength bar is like 40% on everybody because that's how shitty they all are. I'm going to disband a couple of units, put them back into the pool. Alleviate a teeny bit of infantry equipment shortage. Disband ships? Why would I disband my ships? That's not going to help. Ding ding. Do we have oil? We have a daily fuel gain of 7. We have 17,000 current fuel. Daily gain of 48. That's basically nothing. Okay, here's our first research. We're learning electronics. And getting a little faster research speed. They do take up a little manpower, but I do want a navy. I'm not worried about manpower. Manpower will be... We're only at 2.5% because of agrarian society. All right, double down on research speed. I'm worried about equipment. Greece has 6.29 million people. And we will eventually, without any other help, be up to a bare minimum of 10, if not 20% of that. Probably 20%. Are we ironing out some hearts in here? We are derf. Welcome to stream. Hello, Shad. Another world war. Yeah. Right now, it's another German civil war. It would be funny to see the Reich win for once. I don't think they will. A group of young officers has succeeded in toppling the government in Japan and reinstating the emperor as the supreme ruler of the Japanese nation. It appears this was a reaction to perceived threats of widespread government corruption and adherence to hostile ideologies. Already referring to the nation even more consistently in imperial terms, the officers have announced purges will continue until, quote, all unsavory elements have been removed from the military and the government. Emperor Hirohito himself has released a brief statement assuming the leadership offered to him by the rebels and made clear overtures of reconciliation with China and the Western colonial powers in the Pacific. A sudden turn of events. All right, bring home the Republicans. We're inviting our comrades back from their exile. We're getting an injection of 120 PP, getting some democracy communism support, and some new ministers and generals available. From that point, we can either compromise with the monarchists. We have to be careful with this. This is going to give us stability, make the communists hostile. Are we going to accidentally start a civil war? Stirring emotions over Anatolia could have unintended consequences. Is this going to begin a civil war? So, the Republicans are loyal. Why are these so expensive? Friendly monarchist grants recruitable population factor 15% and stability plus 5%. I also want to pay off more debt. We've paid 8.4% of debt. Let's try and finish the debt to the British. ahistorical love civil wars. They actually do, yeah. I don't know when it's good to do these things. When we select this, we'll lose stability and war support. But it might be worth it, but is it not better to just jump to mobilization? Let's actually take a look here. Mobilize the economy adds partial mobilization, and that's the only one. And you have to pick one of these two. So you can do it, but the expense of expanding tobacco. What's the difference in these? Just very slight. All right, we're gonna have to take a look at these. I don't know when to start down the economic tree. I think we go ahead and do compromise with the monarchists first and try to bring the government under control. Because then George II is gone, the country will become a constitutional monarch. So it'll change our government type, give us some good base stability. And then George is gone, which is probably for the best. Let's just go ahead and knock that out. It's only 35 days. But yeah, what do I do with this PP? Let me see if any of these affect the monarchists specifically. I feel like I'm gonna make some poor decisions and then wish that we could start over. Because I want to just befriend the monarchists out of the way. Because when it's over, we get our stability and war support mostly back, and then the friendly monarchists give us bonuses to stability and recruitable pop. Let's just try it out, because we're making enemies of the communists. And we're about to change to a monarchy anyways. So let's make them friends. Alright, PP change. Hi, Etalyx Chat and pumpkin spice latte drinkers. Is it that time already? September into October. It's almost spooky game season. That's exciting. Spooky game, fall weather. A nice cool breeze outside to complement the 107-degree weather. Very nice. Okay, we'll go 4X for a little while. Ease up conscription. With the threat of war seeming distant, people are no longer willing to accept the hardships of wartime law. We need to review our law and consider changing it to quiet protesters before the situation escalates. We can either ease conscription to volunteer only, or... Oh, this is happening because war support's at 2%. Well, this is not good, because war support's not going to go back up for 200 days. So if we don't do this, we're going to lose 10% to stability. That's rough. And there's no war propaganda, so I don't know how to build that. Delegations from Britain, France, Italy, Japan, and the US met in December 1935 to discuss a renewal of the First London Naval Treaty, which restricted the number and size of cruisers and submarines. Negotiations turned heated over Italy's war in Ethiopia and Japan's desire to be seen as equal to Britain and the US. With negotiations at an end, the signatory nations have agreed on limits to the size of battleships and aircraft carriers in the hopes of preventing another ruinous arms race. It's a little too late for that. Are you going to play Victoria 3 when it comes out? Of course. Of course. Possibly even before, who knows? But yeah, I don't know how to handle... I can't ease up on conscription because I can't afford to shave off even more manpower. But the people are going to get upset. Communism support's going to rise if we don't get above 10% war support. So I might have jumped on this a little too soon. Now this will raise war support by 5% and then possibly have unintended consequences. Which sounds a lot like Civil War. But you can't, unfortunately, do anything decision-wise to raise war support at this stage in the game. You can raise stability. That's pretty much it. Stability and political decisions. There might be a political advisor that raises war support. Yeah, there is. It's a Marxist priests, but the communists have to be loyal. We may not like the king, but our country's been divided over this issue far too long. Instead of risking yet another civil war, let us bring the monarchists to the table and discuss terms. The time for struggle is over. George is gone. Bye-bye, George. Stability is back. And let's find out what unintended consequences are. This will raise recruitable population and war support. And then let us remove the shocked plan. Get some stability in PP. Get some research speed bonuses. This, oh wait, this is plus 25% war support, but it's 140 days away. Tough call. Or we can start on the economy. Let's just look at the economy, because I need to figure out which direction to go anyway. I don't know which one's better. So utilize our strengths is the strengths of the agrarian nation. There is no shame in being a nation of farmers. Plus 5% PP gain, plus 30% recruitable population. We get some consumer goods factories back, some stability, and some factory output. Versus more factory output, more recruitable population. We lose base stability, and we don't get the consumer good bonus. But what comes next? Paying back debts in bulk. Make large payments instead of 4 small ones. And the one on the left is basically making people like you and getting civilian factories out of it, which is an interesting mechanic. And this is just infrastructure and stability. I don't know. I don't really have a preference here. You can only do one or the other. This one leads to PP gain in science. Plus 200 PP. We'll receive off-map civilian factories for every country in the Western Balkans, the Eastern Balkans, the Northern Balkans that has a friendly opinion of us. Remove foreign monopolies or cooperate with foreign monopolies. Tough. Chad, you guys have any backseat opinions on these? People who've played Greece before? People buy, George. People leave. Looks like Hitler's winning? Maybe. It's hard to say. I prefer the left-hand side. I like going agrarian. I'm thinking that's... I think we did the right-hand side last time. I don't really like the one that is keep everyone's opinion of you plus 80, because we're going to be doing some bad things, and I'm not sure that anybody's going to like us. I'm going to come back to that. I want to focus on this first. Let's just go ahead and do it. Whatever the unintended consequences are, let's find out after the fact. And then we'll come back and do economy stuff. All right, we got our new tools, and now we've got the famous decision between concentrated and dispersed industry. I think I'm just gonna stick with dispersed. It's been treating us really well. We get the same number of bonus factories, but retention is better. So it's less overall output, because it's collectively 5, 10, 15, 20, 25% less output for dispersed. But you get to maintain a higher base level of factories. So we'll just do dispersed again. I think dispersed makes a lot of sense as Greece anyways. Yugoslavia recognizes the Soviet Union. Yugoslavia, more stoically than other nations, has for years refused to recognize the communist state that is the Soviet Union. With today's announcement that the government of Yugoslavia will henceforth establish official relations with the Soviets, this policy has at last come to an end. Whether this means an opening of the Yugoslav state to communist influence remains to be seen, but the tone of the announcement was surprisingly cordial. I haven't seen that before. That is new. Disperse just feels better overall unless you're a tiny, tiny nation and need those extra factories. We don't get extra factories. I think dispersed is better for nations that start with few factories. Because if you have many factories, then you just want those factories to be better overall. So like, if you were the US, and you know you're gonna bulk up to having you start the game with like 183 factories. Then just making those factories as enormously useful as they can be for certain supply lines is really good. It's also better if you don't tech up very much. Like, if your strategy is get to guns 1936 weapons and then just never advance forever, and you're never going to change that production line, then having concentrated industry will make those lines more efficient because you're never going to change them. If that makes sense. Boop. Am I late? You are late, Lingonberry, but what's up? It's only June 1936, though. We got plenty of time. And Professor Dirk, thanks for 45 months. Yo, what's up? We're just very early today. We started, God, it's only 4. The day is still young. My goal today is to get to at least 1940. Maybe 1941, if we're lucky. We'll see how it goes. Because research... Ooh, speaking of research, where are my research slots? That's not a research slot. That's one. The die is cast. Okay, that's one. University of Athens is one. But you can't get that one anymore. So we're going to have here, Academy of Athens, and here. And end up with 5 total. But anyway, hello, late arrivals. You've still got plenty of time. Stream's just getting started. Somebody said earlier, woo, can't wait for the exciting Switzerland run. You joke. But I think the Swiss have some interesting paths. We do have 10%. Chat, should we just take the 10% PP gain, or... Oh no, I have to figure out what to do with conscription before this. I guess we could just take the hit on stability. I don't really know what to do, because we have 118 days left before we get our war support back. Okay, construction 1, we're building a little faster. we're done on this page for now, and we can start down the 1936 tech. Let's just get 1936 guns. This is going to be a nice upgrade. M03s versus M95s. M0, M-Ot. What is this? Heavy machine gun? These are tank equipments? Yeah, it's like 10% better. Much more breakthrough, twice as much infantry attack. We invented grenades. Turn in your revolvers. We're giving all the soldiers nades from now on. Has he been in the country creator this whole time? I have been, yes. Okay, but seriously, I need to figure out what to do here. I don't understand what my options are. I might have to just take a 10% stability hit and lose some communist popularity here. Let's finish paying the British. And then I might just go ahead and jump on 10% PP gain and factory output, because those seem solid. Good investment for the future. Hey-o, chat. Hello, White Omelet. What's up? The Swiss will be wildling. I've seen too much Game of Thrones. Kelly McChess. But yes, they will be wild. Oh, that's Metaxas. He's just available as a friend instead of the leader of the entire country. Okay. He hasn't died yet, so that's why he's available. And the monarchists are friendly or loyal, so we got to hire him. So now we're getting a little bit more political power per day. Factory output is nice as well. Factory output is currently at what? Negative 12%. Good. Hey, just like we drew it up on the board, August Van Mackensen is pushing back, as often happens in this Civil War scenario. And we're just down here watching the fireworks, waiting for the next major event to take place. I don't have a particular interest for you. Remembering the Anatolian catastrophe. The Asia Minor campaign was nothing short of disaster. Our people were slaughtered, our prestige ruined, our political movement crushed. All in the course of 3 years. We can't let this be our legacy. We gotta spin this in a way that the people will blame the Turks and not us. And maybe then, perhaps, we may finally fulfill our dreams of a greater Greece after all these years. Martyrs of the Anatolian catastrophe, which will give us a new 10% recruitable population factor. So that's good. War support up 5%. We need that to get to 10. And then we could have unintended consequences, so we'll see what that means. Next, I'm thinking about just getting rid of the shocked plan right now. Getting those consumer goods factories back. We'll gain some resources, but that'll also mean we'll lose some factories, but then we'll lose the factory construction speed, but then we'll gain. It's a trade-off. These are all 70 days. United Kingdom will like us a little bit more. France will like us a little bit more. German military junta thinks we suck, and then Italy is like, wow, you basically defaulted on your debt. So we'll lose the Italian debt. We've almost finished paying the British. That's coming up quickly. I say we just do that. Make Italy mad. Greece making Italy mad has literally never had any consequences in the history of the world. This will be war support plus 25%. Yeah, let's go ahead and restore the home. Get rid of the shocked plan. That's economic. People arrive. War? Hi, Right on Time. What's up? Anyways, we're talking about Switzerland. Hold on. Before we read that, you're already reading it. Stop reading it. This was the Switzerland Dev Diary. I'm excited to present to you all the Swiss focus tree, our first circular focus tree, allowing Switzerland to go back and forth between make fondue and stay neutral focuses. Through the power of fondue and chill, plus Nazi gold, Switzerland will prevail over its rivals by completely staying out of the war in absolute comfort and safety. So they've got it all figured out. This is going to be the most exciting nation to play as in Hearts of Iron history. You get to just go around and round in circles. I like how they always do a little bit of history, too. It's always a good idea to have some historical context. Switzerland was founded in the late Middle Ages, and from the start, it was a loose confederation of small territories near the Alps. 3 at this point. They pledged to help each other militarily and economically. This oath, or the Eigenossenschaft, as it's lovingly abbreviated, kept growing while always maintaining decentralized government centered on the cantons with a strong military reputation. Then Napoleon forced Switzerland into a centralized Helvetic Republic, which was a free font on defont.com, which didn't last long. Swiss neutrality was established after the fall of Napoleon, and of this Helvetic Republic, and then finally in 1848, they became the Switzerland we know and love. But yeah, here we go. All sorts of goodies. Big work in progress. I want to click. Boop. I can't read these, but I know they're there. Oh, it goes further? Alt historical path that way, alt historical path that way. I'm picturing a man making fondue as he walks through the battlefield, comically dodging bullets like an old cartoon. You just did like a RimWorld bed carving. Fight until the death. I wanna see. Got resistance groups, freeze German gold assets. A lot of goodies here, chat. Very excited for later in the month. All right. Anatolian fascists mobilize. The self-proclaimed fascist movement of Greece has reorientated according to our new political reality. Bitter and disgruntled Greek refugees exiled from Turkey are starting to flock to the new radical political movement of Georgios Kosmidis, another Greek exiled from his homeland. Kosmidis is a vocal proponent of the Megali idea and the reclamation of historical territories lost to Turkey. Although his views are far more radical than any in the Venizelist administration, some reports suggest that Kosmidis aspires for Greece's borders to extend beyond just the Aegean, and that he may have designs on the entirety of Anatolia. However, such reports should be taken with a grain of salt. What sort of madman could make designs over the entirety of Turkey? Nobody will follow that bug. Lose 5% stability and the fascists emerge and begin as hostile. Oh, good. So we just have a negative 15% stability bonus because of the fascists? Very nice. Very solid. Din, 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 din. meme Switzerland getting a focus tree before Finland? The reason is because every DLC pack up until now has sort of redone a major nation. Not every one. But I think the devs have said that they wanted, like, because the No Step Back was already huge, because it was the Soviets and then Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania all here, that Finland would be part of, like, a Nordic DLC in the future, so you'll probably see, like, a Finland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark. I would assume. I swear to God, every time Eta plays ahistorical, the German Civil War happens. I think it does, yeah. Because, yeah, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania are relatively small compared to the Soviets. Why does everyone always forget about Iceland? Because Iceland, Greenland are Denmark at this stage. But yes, we do have a lot of German civil wars. There's Spain, September 1936. We were waiting for you. Little Spain. Speaking of civil wars. Indeed. Manuel Lasagna. Jose Senjuro. I don't know how to pronounce that, but I did my best. Doing what... Ooh, who got encircled immediately here? Let's also do this. I can't make a save because it's Iron Man mode, but I can open DX Story and make sure you guys are getting the proper frame rates. We should hold a bet on who wins the Spanish Civil War when it's all done. We can definitely do that. No Franco. I don't know where he is. I'm not sure why the leaders are slightly different this time. And yet, they are. Ding, 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 ding. But yeah, the Spanish Civil War happens no matter what. Like, that's just a fact of life in any new Hearts of Iron campaign. So now we're actually mobilizing a teeny amount of people. 0.003% mobilizing per day. We only have 0.1% left. 10% of a percent. Well, German military junta is about to establish their dominance while we get ready to kind of kick them while they're down and remove the shocked plan. Basically means that we're going to stop being exploited by the Germans in Italy, who have been keeping us down with debt. And also basically propping up our economy in exchange for raw materials that we are supposed to trade to them. We're exporting basically everything. In search of a suitable king, the Kingdom of Hungary extended an invitation to Otto von Habsburg to return to the lands that were until recently ruled by his family. Otto, who's lived in exile throughout Western Europe since the end of the Great War and the dissolution of his father's empire, chose to accept the offer. Today, amid much fanfare and celebration, he was crowned the King of Hungary in a solemn ceremony at the Royal Palace in Budapest. During his coronation speech, King Otto thanked the Hungarian people for their loyalty and devotion and vowed to see the Habsburgs reunited once more, promising this time Hungary would be the dominant constituent. Estonia declared war on Vapsid Estonia. Oh. Well, first we got Otto von Habsburg with a certain smolder at the camera. We got fascist Estonia doing a little civil war. And we have finally removed the shocked plum. So, what that's going to do is give us our consumer goods factory, some of them back, and a bunch of our resources that we were previously sending to market, but we lose 15% civilian factory construction speed. The democracies like us. We also have the side effect of no longer having to pay Italy back for anything, but Italy is none too pleased about that, because we canceled the debt. We just said, debt's over, no more, I don't want it. And Stanley Baldwin is actually like, yo, you guys are pretty sweet. I'm really happy that you did that. So, and we're about to finish repaying their debt. So let's go ahead and finish the British debt. And start saving up for some economic changes. More than 15% war support is required for this, though. Let's get a new national focus. Stability, war support. Probably the best. Let's get birthplace of democracy. The EEE opened a relief center for Anatolian refugees. That is, of course, pronounced E! In a cynical bid to attract more followers, Georgios Kosmides has used his movement's funds to open a relief center for fellow refugees from Turkey such as himself. It'd be laudable if he were not using these relief centers as recruitment centers for his psychotic movement. We're left in a difficult position. It's obvious Kosmides intends to continue propping these centers up to recruit disenfranchised refugees of Anatolia. So do we shut them down to stem the poison, or preserve our reputation and allow the centers to continue to operate? Some argue that having the impoverished refugees working in fascist relief centers is preferable to them suffering in the slums. Support it. Make fascism more popular or close it down. Chad, this is a moral conundrum. Do we let the refugees of Anatolia work and have a place to go, but it's supported by fascist relief centers, or close them down and kick them out? Close it down. Let them suffer. Don't you need to become fascist for Byzantium? I think Byzantium is monarchist, is it not? No, you do have to be fascist. Well, hold on. Do you have to have both? Yeah, you do have to be fascist. Sorry, chat. If you want the Byzantine Empire, gotta have fascism to go with it. Those are the rules. An initiative worth supporting. Yeah, wait a second. Why are we repaying the UK? I don't know. For fun? We get some stability, but lose some PP. Literally Nabisco Trisket. Okay. What's up? Thanks for 2 subs and 1. Welcome back for 52 months, by the way. Howdy, and thanks for jumping in the stream. Okay, so we have another ease up conscription 70 days, but we should get war support back up before it triggers again, lowering stability even more. The lower stability gets, the higher the chance of there being an actual rebellion slash uprising. Which we don't want. He's still in Europe. I am still in Europe, yes. We can't afford to recruit anybody because we still do not have enough guns. Everyone is currently sharing guns. We have somebody in the front holding the muzzle, and then somebody in the back pulling the trigger, like a 2-person horse costume. There's just one between the both of them at the moment. I know we don't have any divisions in basic. That's the idea. And we're finally done befriending the monarchists, so we should get a bunch of war support and stability back. as a result of this. Estonia was annexed. Ooh. Fascist Estonia actually won. Interesting. Hey. Hey. Okay, we don't need to ease up conscription anymore. That's not an issue. The British debt is almost repaid. And we're doing a nice 4 times speed. Ooh, we're gonna have all 3 of these researches basically concurrently become ready. I'm sure that the small communist state to the east of Estonia won't mind. No, they're fine. Like, if we're honest, who let them have this much land anyways, you know? Chad, how big is the Soviet Union when accounting for the warp of maps? What do we have, like a Mercator projection in Hearts of Iron? It's still big. I know it's still big. I want this. Nobody else wants it because it's all frozen, so I'll take it. Bunch of ice mountains. All right, here's all the research. So number 1, we researched how to research faster, so that's excellent. Plus 4% learning about mechanical computers is always a good time. We'll want the radio sooner or later for the reinforced raids. It's almost 1937, so I might just get a head start on construction speed and dispersed industry and improve machine tools. Get all 3 of those going just a little bit ahead of time. Perfect timing, in my opinion. And then we're gonna switch guns. We don't need to make these stinky, outdated guns. Let's just change the factory over. Spool that back up. The demand higher wages for Greek workers. The have exploited the national spotlight thrust upon them by launching a scathing attack on what they perceive to be our weak approach to welfare. The idea that these fascists have emerged from the woodwork, seemingly out of nowhere, think they're in a position to lecture us on fiscal and social policy is laughable. But the public seem to be taking them very seriously. Soviet Union covered 1/7 of Earth's land surface. That's too much. Soviet Union is its own continent by that math. Perhaps a symbolic minimum wage? Lose 50% PP, get more fascism popularity and some base stability, or we do not bow to their intimidation. We do actually, because we're gonna form the Byzantine. And we have to be fascist to do that, so symbolic minimum wage. Okay. Base stability is good anyway, but that's a lot of PP. Wasting all the PP. PP going down the drain. Well, the fascist party is gaining roots quite quickly. We have so much to do. These are going to take ages. So yeah, it's just all birthplace of democracy right now. I don't know if I actually needed this early. I probably should have waited. Aristotle Onassis returns to Greece. Wealthy magnate and internationally beloved socialite Aristotle Onassis has returned to Greece for the first time in many years. He didn't take questions from the media, and he has been hard for our observers to track down. But reports indicate he's ingratiating himself with the Anatolian refugee population and might be organizing a bid to take office. Did I miss a decision? Aristotle resurrected. And British debt is paid off. It's just French debt, which we can ignore if we want to. I don't know if this will eventually just disappear once we become fascists, but if we do succeed in paying this off, we will get rid of debt to the IFC, get stability in consumer good factories back on a semi-permanent basis, but I also need to start saving up PP to change the economic policy. So I say we just save PP for now. Because we're about to get an injection of 120 from this. Yeah, Aristotle famously didn't die until like 1945. Aristotle, famous general in the Greek army during World War II. Famously said, like, serving Greece in the armed forces is like a waking dream, you think? Tyrants have seldom held respect in the hearts and minds of Greeks, and that is a trait we have proudly maintained since the time of Pericles. Democracy is one of the many fruits of our genius, and it is only right that we should defend it against Roman and Teuton-inspired tyranny. Yeah, maybe we shouldn't have picked the thing that makes democracy more popular. In hindsight. But stability is good, I guess. Because it makes our factory output less. Okay, I want the stability in the PP. And then the research speed. And then this is PP. Negotiations with the EEE. Okay, but we need to actually do some economic policy, because this is ridiculous. We'll do the left. Let's utilize our strengths. Replace agrarian society with farmer-focused culture. It's time to do some industrial economic pursuits. Hearts of Iron people arrive. Who are we playing? We're playing as Greece, said Whistle. What's up, those of you just jumping in? We're trying to catch up on our many woes. We have political instability, massive debts. We finally got rid of George II, yeah. And we're trying to ditch agrarian society, lowering factories and recruitable pop. We're trying to build. We had 2 whole factories. Now we have 3 whole factories. Wow. That we can use for building. The civil war that racked Germany has come to an end. The fighting was extraordinarily intense, with fanatical resistance by the Nazis causing devastation on a scale reminiscent of the Great War. It appears Hitler is dead and Nazi leadership imprisoned or executed. Provisional government has now announced it's necessary to secure the foothold over the state to ensure the return of stability to the nation, before there can be any thought of embarking on a process of constitutional reform. All right, German military junta's got some work to do over there. I'm going to be minding my own business down on this side. I mean, per the simulation, apparently it just, wasn't such a big deal. They should have just had a German military junta. They could have overthrown Hitler way earlier. Hi, Archstrub. Shy Wolf, what up? 50% increase in factories. Indeed. We still have 2 military factories. We're doing so good. Doing so good. Probably just want to get early mobilization. How do I get rid of foreign monopolies? Did I spell foreign monopoly foreign wrong? Oh. Modify foreign monopolies. Okay, so down here it'll just modify it automatically. It's just gonna it's gonna take time. It's gonna take 7, 14, 21, like a year, 250 days. And this will add mobilizing the economy. We'll add partial mobilization, which we are at civilian economy. So we could just do that with 187 PP. Ourselves. Or I can just wait a very long time. But if I wait a long time, we could befriend the fascists. And also finish the French debt repayment. Get rid of the IFC debt. I say we just save some PP for now. Because we're going down that chain of events anyways, as we speak. Probably should have done it sooner. I think in hindsight, I would have not done Birthplace of Democracy and just gotten a 70-day head start on the economic policies. But too late now. I want the US to do something exciting this run, like becoming communist or something. The US does typically in our campaigns stay in the Allies. It's true. The 11th Olympic Games were recently held in the undamaged parts of devastated and newly rebuilding Berlin, Germany, attended by athletes from 49 nations across the world. The 1936 Summer Olympics are the first time in history that participants have been able to play in the bomb toss, seeing who can throw a 10-ton bomb first with a trebuchet. Interesting. We're combining different eras of war. The games, a symbol of renewed German national unity, were also a significant propaganda victory for the new German regime, which, despite tremendous costs of rebuilding the nation after the Civil War, spent lavishly on the event, losing only 13 athletes to, as of yet, undiscovered buried mines in the soil. German athletes saw the most success, winning 33 gold medals, while the Americans came in second with 24. However, they did deploy a special ops group to steal Nazi gold during the campaign, causing an international crisis. Congrats to Jesse Owens, who was able to simply sprint into the vaults and carry the sacks of gold faster than any of the German guards were able to catch up to him. He was just so damn fast. I actually looked up to see what the hell he was reading. Good, then it worked. Good old Olympics. Good old German War Olympics. 8% world tension. How is Spain doing? Once all of the contestants have entered the Spanish arena, we might have a little gamba to see who's going to win this. You know? Might have a little toss to chat to see if you guys can guess what faction is going to win the Spanish Civil War once all four parties are in there. Do I want to do this? No, I want to save everything. Wait, but we're not doing payback in bulk. So either do it or ignore it. When does the French debt get cleared otherwise? According to the search, never. Unless we open up the country. Which we can do. We can bribe them and void any debt maintained by France and then appeal to the Soviets. It's going to take a long time. I'm just going to go ahead and start paying it off. Because it's going to take a while and it's going to be a big pain. Get rid of it. Damn, that's one big focus tree. Yeah, Greece has a pretty chunky one. Greece has quite a few different ways you can go. We got the whole economic tree here, the military tree on the right. On the left is political, ranging from the king's government and, you know, having an orthodox state that's modifying Metaxism with Jonas Metaxas as the leader. We're doing the Byzantine, or going to attempt. We've got helping Turkey, going to war with Turkey, joining the Axis, joining the revolutionaries, either with Stalin or without Stalin. Prepare against the Mediterranean threats and secure the Bulgarian menace. There's quite a few different cool things here. Could try crushing the communists. They are lowering our stability by 15%, which is quite a lot. Greece is a nation of farmers and luxury goods. There is no shame in this. Sure, Germany might be mass-producing tanks and fighter planes, but who needs those in a war game? But where do you think their tobacco is coming from? We Greeks know our strengths, and our strengths are smoking pipes. If we stick to them, we'll be just fine. This focus currently has no effect. That's because we should have already done it. All right, now we're going to open foreign subsidized factories. One military and one civilian factory will be added for each of the following countries with a greater than 80 opinion of Greece: France, the UK, German Empire, and the Soviets. So what we need to do is first pick that, because I didn't click it. And then while those 70 days are happening, we need to start sucking up to everybody. We're going to start improving relations and then just foregoing all political power with the UK, with France. I don't think we can get Germany's up, but we may as well start improving relations. And then what was the final? Soviet Union. Soviet Union's like, meh. All right, we're definitely spending way too much PP, but it's only going to last for a little while. The Shire playthrough of World War II. Yes, as the title suggests. Thornathus, what's up? Brynyarbjorn, welcome to stream. People right. What happened? So far, German military junta defeating Hitler again, and the Spanish Civil War is raging, and that's pretty much all that's happening so far. While we start down a path of Greek fascism, unbeknownst to our current leader, Eleftherios Venizelos. We're cruising through 1937 right now. Hi, Etalyx chat. Just finished up the Warhammer 3 VOD. That was fun. That was fun. I really had a great time with that campaign. It was nice to actually see a faction through to an end. It wasn't the end by any stretch. And I've been thinking about just playing a little Warhammer 3 on my own for fun, and maybe even playing the same faction, but like off-stream in the shorter version of the campaign for the actual Warhammer 3 campaign, and just seeing what the difference is between that and their start on the Immortal Empires map. But yeah, for those of you that joined late, I just felt like playing some Hearts of Iron today, given the fact I'm just kind of Paradox mood right now. We got the new Hearts of Iron 4 DLC coming out in less than a month. And Victoria 3 got an announcement for their release date today in October, late October. So we're going to be just balling out. We got late September Hearts of Iron, Chaos. We got late October Victoria. There's a new EU4 DLC, but we don't play EU4 here yet, so that doesn't really matter to me. I wouldn't be surprised if there was some Stellaris and CK3 DLC shortly after those. But we've also got, unrelated to Paradox, I did see the devs of Dwarf Fortress responded to somebody on Twitter who was like, when can we play this? And the Dwarf Fortress dev said, sooner than you think. Oh. Ooh. Interesting. Are we gonna end the year, like, incredibly strong with all these fun new games to play? Monka S. Are you using mods? I'm not using any mods. I just have all DLCs to head. The Black Shirts organized in the UK. Again? Under the leadership of Oswald Mosley, the British Union of Fascists has begun an organized campaign of marches across the country, thus seeking to grow the number of fascist supporters throughout the United Kingdom. The violent counter-reaction by anti-fascist elements of the public have already caused a number of street fights, however, and it's uncertain whether stability will be maintained or whether the political unrest will become worse. The BUF buff leadership, for their part, have already vowed not to stop, quote, until they have marched on Downing Street and demanded a change in government. Oops, all fascist. Actually, no, because Hitler's not fascist, because Hitler isn't in the game, he's dead. So August von Mackensen is leaning fascist, but will become monarchist. So the fascist void is being filled by the UK and Estonia and me, apparently. So Japan, yeah, Japan also had a revolution and went to Japanese shogunate and went full-on monarchist too. Okay, I want to do the next debt repayment, but let's check this first. Production efficiency cap up 10%, so now our feeble count them, 2 military factories can go up to 70% efficiency. Cool. Thanks. That'll be useful eventually. What next? Probably more infantry stuff. Ow. That was my leg. We also want to know how to use trucks, but we don't have any factories, so it kind of doesn't matter. Let's get old 1918 equipment. Get some defense and offense, plus 5%. Not very much, but it adds up eventually. Why does UK always go fascist in your games? I don't know, they just like it so damn much. Pay the French. Whether we need to or not, I just want to get rid of the IFC debt as fast as possible. Because it doesn't matter that much now, but it will. I would like to have the stability in the consumer goods factories. It's just helpful. Rikun, I don't know what that exhibit is. What is that abbreviation? I only did 1 or 2 ahistorical runs around launch. I don't remember much happening. There's quite a few things and different combinations that can happen. I often see the UK go fascist and the German military junta do a coup, but then the combinations of people who join up with them or who they end up joining is kind of where the fun is for me. Who allies who is always good. Yeah, we're cruising through. We're almost halfway through 1937 right now. But yeah, I'm just excited. I think End of Year is going to finish strong. Got some solid ideas for releases. I think we might see Dwarf Fortress on Steam before the end of the year, based on that. Because I think it's not coming out till 2023 on Steam. And if they say sooner than you think, well, that's 2022. So we'll see. We've surpassed all expectations in the construction and staffing of factories. Have we? Have we? But there is no doubt we're expanding slower than the rest of our European compatriots. There are those with far greater riches than us who can make a great difference in our modernization process. If only we can make our nation look appealing enough for the investment. So basically we will get 1 extra military and civilian factory, up to +4 of each, if we can keep the opinions of France, the UK, the German Empire, and Soviet Union above 80. That is the plan. When do we go back and do venerate? Let's see. This is all infrastructure, but it leads to research speed. Okay, we have to choose between, well, it's got to be cooperate. We could just rush for a research slot and then go back to political stuff. I don't know. We need to do so many things, it's hard to pick just one. Add free trade, which grants construction speed up, research speed, factory output, dockyard output. Almost all of our resources go to market. There's actually a lot of just solid choices. I don't know how fast I need to pursue negotiations with the EEE. You needed it above 80 before that focus is finished. Well, I have 90 with Soviets, 100 with France, 100 with the UK, and probably only German military is the only one that didn't work. Which is why we actually have 5 military factories right now. Fantastic. I can actually make stuff. So check out all this new shit. Definitely want 2 on infantry and 2 on support equipment right now. Start spooling those factories up. Build-wise, I don't know where are the civilian factories? Since we have 12 out of 12. So it's owned 10. Do we though? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What's built here? 10. Yeah, we have 10. Where are they? I'm not trading anything. Where are the ones we just got from that focus? Because we're getting 2 from exports, 10 that we have built. We should be getting 3 from, 1 from the UK, 1 from France, and 1 from the Soviets. Chat, you're not listening. It didn't create slots. They're off map. Wait, are they off map? They should be off map because it would say added building slots. I think there's a few people in chat who think they know what they're talking about but don't. The German passenger airship Hindenburg was destroyed today while attempting to dock at the Lakehurst Naval Air Station in the United States. For reasons not yet determined, the airship was engulfed in flames and crashed to the ground, claiming 35 lives. Due to the scarcity and expense of helium and the US ban on exporting it, the Hindenburg, like all German passenger airships, was ultimately engineered to use hydrogen, which provides greater lift but is also flammable. With public faith shaken by this disaster, and the rise of much faster passenger aircraft, this could spell the end of an era of awesome, badass, steampunk airships. Oh, the humanity! Austria has outright rejected Hungarian calls for a referendum, despite Hungary's increasing belligerence. The latter has accused the Austrian government of flagrantly disregarding the democratic rights of their people. They've stated they will not shy away from the use of force to protect the Austrian people's desire to be reunified with their Hungarian brethren. Both sides are now mobilizing, and war seems inevitable. I haven't seen this before, so that's pretty awesome. New content. Okay, here's how we can tell which one's which. 2 military factories. Okay, so what's funny about this is it actually did build factories. The open foreign subsidized factories actually built factories in our states. But normally when a national focus builds factories in your states, it tells you A, which states they will be built in, and B, whether or not it added additional building slots to said states. This one does not tell anything about those. So, because at the beginning of the game, we only have 2 military factories. But now, we have 2 military factories there, 1 military factory there, 1 military factory there, and a military factory there to make 5. So it did build them. But I don't think it gave us any additional building slots. Which kind of sucks, but that means that it did also build civilian factories, and those civilian factories are not coming in from off-map, and they're being used primarily for consumer goods. They just built them in random places that I couldn't predict where they would go in. It's kind of strange. Okay, anywho, now that we got that figured out at least, where to go next? I think I just want to go down the free trade thing immediately, because this is a 35-day perk. We'll get free trade. We'll get 120 political power. And maybe we can start mobilizing, getting some factories back. Free trade is going to change us from an export focus. We're going to get a buff to building speed, but we're going to lose a bunch of natural resources, which we don't need because we're not using them because we don't have that many factories. Is this Debt Simulator? Yes, we're in a ton of debt. Debt Simulator is playing as Greece. Spain, where are the other players in the Civil War? Because nationalist Spain is, they're not faring so well. I don't think. Carl? Where are you, Carl? I'm looking for you, friend. And I don't see you yet. Who can I add? Improve relations, maintain cost is cheaper. Military dock. More political power and stability, but doesn't help. None of these. Ooh, dispersed industry 2 and construction 2. Excellent, both of them. We have more space to build. Factories are just better. More retention, and they start a little bit more productive. And we just build them faster. Okay, we're starting to catch up on these. 1937 tech is done for now. Too early for 1938. So what we're gonna want is to make sure our infantry is up to date. We're gonna want to research trucks, probably. And thinking about either artillery or some support oh, we need trains. We don't even know how to build trains. Okay. How do train work? I need those for logistics. Inventing trains in 1937. All right, the French debt is still pretty excessive, but we're working on it. Ah! What focus path are we going? We're doing reform the Byzantines, which means we have to go fascist to try to do Byzantine themata. They added trains to this game? Yeah, you have like a whole train infrastructure mode now, where you have to have tracks that go from supply hubs to supply, or your capital to other supply hubs. Our infrastructure is god-awful. It's embarrassing. Spain declared war on the Regional Defense Council of Aragon. Wow, that is a chunky bit of anarchy right there. Tobacco, olives, feta, grapes, figs. When you want the best out of life, you buy your amenities from Greece. We should have little trouble further pushing our international image as the country with the best luxury products for purchase. All right, modify foreign monopolies. We get 5% of our consumer goods factories back. We get 120 PP and automatically change to free trade. So look, we have back to 3 factories. Wow. Wow. And foreign monopolies are slightly better, but still not good. All right, between these two, these are also 35 days. I have to choose one or the other, though. Expand tobacco industry or increase mining operations. Let's compare. Mutually exclusive decision here. Both of them give us 5% consumer goods factories back. But it's a difference in 4 civilian factories or 3 military factories. Also, we get some opinion bonuses from Germany, US, France, and the UK. Or we get 2 research bonuses for excavation tech. I feel like going early on tobacco and getting 4 civilian factories is probably better than 3 military factories. We do need to win the war, but we need basic infrastructure first. So let's expand tobacco industry. I think you're right, Toxic Wind. Continued government attempts at reasserting central control over the mostly independent anarchist communes in northeastern Spain and Stalinist repression of dissident communist viewpoints has led to full-blown infighting in the Republican front. Initially limited to street fighting and low-scale clashes between militias and government or Stalinist forces, the unwillingness for either side to compromise has meant the conflict rapidly escalated in just a few days. The reallocation of military resources to deal with this internal threat means the front lines against the nationalists have been noticeably weakened. Anarchists are here, and they are not happy at all. So when does partial mobilization kick in? I think it's like down here. It's actually the next... Yeah, we get partial mobilization on the right one. Because we have another mutually exclusive tourism or mobilizing the economy. One is stability, PP gain, more consumer goods factories, and more stability. We will lose our tourism industry as soon as we enter war. So no, we're just going to mobilize the economy. That's awful. Okay, so yeah, we just won't spend our PP on anything, and we'll just delay. It's gonna make us go very slow, but oh well, I guess. Should I just crush the communist chat? Get that stability up? Eventually? Laughing my ass off PP, exactly, Slam Dunkaroos. Crush the communists. All right, we'll send it. Chat, you guys want to do a prediction? How long can I do a prediction? The longest I can do is 30 minutes. Which might be too long. You guys can have a 15-minute prediction. Who will win the Spanish Civil War? Number 1. C. Spain. AKA democratic. Number 2. Regional defense, aka anarchy. Nationalist Spain. There's not enough room for all the characters. You understand what I mean? Or Carl. Parentheses Carl. Carl hasn't appeared yet. There you go. All right, we finally finished building a building. Miraculous. We only have 4 factories. This is so sad. This is the saddest. Because they need to build infrastructure, but it's just so very sad. -6 steel as well, so we don't even have enough supplies because we just switched to free trade. Giving away all of our intel and all of our things. We have nothing left for Hold on, we're exporting 23 steel and no one's buying. That's even more sad. They're not giving us any bonus factories because nobody's buying from us. Why? What's up with that? So we're not getting any bonus civilian factories. This sucks. Stinky Greek steel, I guess. It sure seems that way. All right, let's do some more French debt repayment. We only have 2 more to go. All right, we're going back to 4x. And since I do feel bad. Wait, what happens if one of these guys loses before the bet's over? I didn't think about that. Probably shouldn't have put 15 minutes on the clock. That seems like a long time. Surely the Civil War will take longer than 15 minutes. One would think. What's the theme of this campaign? What's the plan for Greece? The plan for Greece is finish paying off of our debts. We are in enormous debt and instability politically. We're trying to mobilize an army that is currently getting a few bonuses from being loyal to the Republicans, friendly to the monarchists. Our farmer culture is not as bad as it was. We're still losing 15% from that. Ooh, Amelia Earhart is alive! The famous aviator, Amelia Earhart, known to many as the Queen of the Air, has completed a flight around the world with navigator Fred Noonan. After a brief scare when the pair temporarily got lost approaching Howland Island in the Pacific, the flight proceeded without incident, and this morning the Lockheed Electra touched down in Oakland, California. A ceremony will be held at the White House next week where Earhart is to be personally congratulated for the feat by the president. Quite the achievement indeed. But the plan is basically stabilize the economy, start rolling industry, mobilize military, start training. Once we can actually recruit people, we have 100,000 manpower now. We're still negative on guns. We can't even do training at the moment. Our forces are still incredibly weak due to the fact that we only just went from 2 military factories to 5, which is still incredibly sad. And then one day, we will restore the Byzantine Empire. But we have to go fascist to do that. So basically, fascist Byzantines is the plan for Greece in a nutshell. Right now, we simply fast forward and wait, because it's only July 1937. Not a lot's happening in the world, except for the Spanish Civil War, and apparently a very heated Lithuanian Civil War between the communists and the non-aligned, possibly monarchists. And we're waiting for the world to catch on fire, a little tinder spark. All right, actually, I think since we've got the bet going right now and Carl hasn't yet entered the fight, which can really upset what's going on. For the record, this is nationalist Spain at the top, this is anarchist Spain, and then this is democratic Spain. So democratic Spain appears to be losing, but when Carl appears, things do typically the boat gets rocked a little bit, let's say. Yet another login. Thanks for the 17-month sub, by the way. Hi, yet another login. Thanks for jumping in, saying hi. And I got Nabisco Triscuit earlier, but thanks again for the double sub, dude. There is no doubt our largest, most profitable export is tobacco, a product we sell all over the world. Countries that we've already established a trading relationship with will surely appreciate that we have prepared our enterprise in so thorough a way that no matter what, the world shall never run out of our famous tobacco, making everybody smoke. Okay, foreign monopolies just gets a little bit better. We get some of our civilian factories back off of consumer goods, which we're down from, we're at +7 total factories instead of, we went from only 2 to like 4 and now 7, which is great. We're heading in the right direction there, but we still haven't completely gotten rid of the foreign monopolies. They're still there, but we're working on it. Additionally, we just opened up 4 new building slots. We got 4 new factories added, and everybody thinks we're pretty sweet, dude. Now we're gonna mobilize the economy for 35 days and rev up our war engines a little bit. And then probably head back to the political side of things, I would think. All right, so anyways, real quick, while the bet is still going, and you're choosing who you think is gonna win, let's see what you guys think right now. How many points in the line? Over 1 million, like 1.25 million channel points, somewhere in there. I'm gonna take a quick BRB because I would like another drink, maybe a snack. It'd also give you some time to put your points down. Pencils up, points down. You understand? And I would leave the game unpaused, but there's still too many things that can possibly happen in the background. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'm gonna go get a snack, give Midas a snack. I'll be back shortly. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for waiting. And thanks for spending tonight with me. Hope you're having a nice World War Tuesday. Hey. What's up? Hey, what up? Hey, what up? Yo. Yo, what up? Chat, guess what? I have something to show you. I have got a find, actually. You guys have possibly never been so hyped, so excited to go to the grocery store. But you will be now. It has nothing to do with him. Okay, stop. Don't look at him anymore. Stop. Because I want you to pay attention to me. I have discovered the ultimate gamer beverage. I have found the secret to eternal skill and youth. I have unlocked the code. I have dug out from the vault of gamer secrets something you'll never believe. This isn't just a carton with the drink in it. This isn't just a fruity beverage. This is fucking Pog. Okay? I have Pog in my hands! And I am going to drink it today on stream. But also I have a story to tell you. Okay, let's not spill this. Easy. Straight out of the cart. No. You have to shake this first? Hold on. It came out looking a little murky. Chat, this is what I want to see you pogging like this in chat right now. Just pulsating pog. Let's try this again. That looks better. That looks a little better. It's very slippery. It's over the keyboard. Interesting choice. That's a big glass. Cheers, chat. Oh, no. That's Pogalicious. Very Pogalicious. There's a story. There's a story on the side. I'll read it to you now. The Magic of Pog. In an enchanting world beyond the pineapple fields and Rainbow Gateway of Hawaii, there's a magical village of Poglodites. Each day, our furry little friends gather in a trio of fruits, passion fruit, orange, and guava, and make a one-of-a-kind fresh nectar affectionately called Pog. Before sunrise, Poglodites search orchards across the islands to find the best ingredients. Next, they swirl in happiness and sunshine, and finally add the secret ingredient unique to Hawaii, aloha, all that is good in the world. It's no wonder each sip feels like a fun Hawaiian party in your mouth. All three flavors come alive together with each sip of a favorite island drink for over 20 years. We are sharing the world. We are sharing with the world Pog, a universal elixir of joy. With a big shake here and a big shake there, you may pour, drink, and experience a fruit beverage that can only be described as Pogalicious. Perhaps tempted to save no juice beverage for the rest, we urge you to finish the carton, pound your fists on the table, and chant with pride, "I hog Pog!" Go on, you Pog hogger. Drink till your heart's content. Cheers! I hog Pog! I hog Pog! Now that is Pog. Now that is Pog. Pog hogger. Let's have some more. Let's have some more. Put this up. Okay, so I was ready to do like a spit take and be like, oh my god, this is not Pog, this is disgusting, but it's actually good. Which it should be, because it's like sugar. The second ingredient is sugar. Per serving is 32 carbs and 30 grams of sugar. So 26 grams of added sugar, but it's actually really good. But it should, like I said, it should be. That's too much. That's probably too much sugar. Anyways, I just wanted to show you my Pog show and tell. We gotta make our happy little Poglodites in chat happy. And I wanna know how many of you hog Pog. Is it good? It's Pogalicious. It's Pogalicious. It's not just good. I'm gonna try and get a Pog sponsorship. I want to be sponsored by Pog. Make this happen for me, chat. Please. Help. Okay, so I can't actually leave this unrefrigerated for the entire duration of the stream. So I do need to go put it back in the fridge. But when I saw it in the grocery store, I had to get it. Obviously. So I'm going to leave the game unpaused at 2x speed over Spain while I go take this back and put it in the fridge. I got some other things in the grocery store that we'll save for the next stream. Let's just say that some old grocery favorites, some old channel memes are coming back. New, updated, reinvigorated. There's Carl! Carl is Spain is tiny. Oh. Where are you, Carl? Tiny Carl. Wary of being increasingly sidelined and having influence over the nationalist front more and more curtailed, the Carlist forces under Manuel Falcón have renounced affiliation with the nationalist cause, declaring their own independent insurrection. Carlist Riquetes, predominantly in the north, have turned on their erstwhile allies, while at the same time continuing the fight against the Republican enemies. The effect on this military position in the Civil War is being downplayed by the nationalist leadership, but it's evident that current chaos presents ample opportunity for the Republicans. I will be back in just a moment after I put this back in the fridge. I'm hogging Pog right now. Okay, we're back. I hog Pog. Whew. Yo, what's up? Does Carl hog Pog? Hoggers. Lithuania was annexed by the Lithuanian Independent SSR. That's interesting. So we have, Fascist Estonia, Communist Lithuania, confused Latvia, German Empire still waiting on an actual proper ruler, and we're waiting on our second to last French debt repayment. There's a couple people that are decent here. I'm allergic to spending PP. Dear God, this man is fueled by pure liquid Pog. I am, yes. Pog. It's a kick in the glass.
This is the sub sound premium.
What's up, Concormus Star? Thanks for 51 months of sub, by the way. With the tier 2 on top of that. Who else goes there? Actually, a few people. Biggest Mike with the Fresh Prime. Hi, Biggest Mike. Thanks for sharing your Prime for 30 days. Welcome, Chargoth, for 70 months. Big 7-0. Hey, Chargoth. What's up, Mod Squad? Metal Bit out there somewhere, too. Canis is back. Poggin for 4 months. As you do. And thanks again, Concormus Star. Spanish Civil War is, it's very messy. Bang, 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 gunshots. We got 59 days left to finish crushing the communists, which we should see a spout of stability after that. And then paying the debt has like 35 days left-ish. Meanwhile, research is almost done on support weapons. It's just the basic tier. And we're doing the all-important mobilization of the economy, which will bump us up to partial mobilization, give us some war support, and some civilian factories. So a lot of good stuff there. We could get some more factories, or we can go back to the political side, which I think we should start doing the political side before things get too wild and crazy. But I do want some more factories, so it's hard to say no to those. Because these are all mutually exclusive. It's 4 building slots with 3 factories, naval dock and factories, or it's plus 66,000 manpower. Clear the slums. Are we recruiting people from the slums directly? Huh. The great powers of Europe are revving up their war engines, and we can't risk being caught unprepared. The process is painful for Greece, more than it would be for most countries. But for the sake of our survival, we must make sacrifices. All right, consumer goods factories. Let's see what that means. We're at 10 factories. Hey, pretty good. It's getting better. Getting better. So foreign monopolies is now down to just 5% consumer goods factories. We want to get that to 0. And ditch this entirely. Okay, so let me see what's going on down here. So this is plus 5% stability and some PP, plus 5% research speed, plus 120 PP. War support, invitations to the Magali Convention, and then we kind of decide what this is: declare war on Turkey, which is spicy. Turkey has to exist. All right, maybe we just finish some infrastructure. We might just complete one of these. I think we need to just rejuvenate Athens. The building slots are cool. 66,000 manpower isn't gonna do much at the end of the day, I don't think. It'll add up, but yeah. Right now it's a lot. It's like 30% more manpower, but I don't know. I'm thinking that we should just stick to the factories. You get 5 building slots here. This focus has a greater effect when also controlling Cyprus and the Dodecanese. This is Crete. Alright, so the Dodecanese is down there. Italy controls this? Oof. Carl's gonna win? Why do you think... Why do you think that? What would make you say that? Actually. Okay, I think I'm gonna just keep it simple. Rejuvenate Athens. Now that we actually have decent mobilization, still got free trade, limited conscription is fine. We need to start adding maybe different political advisors and finishing the French debt. Where's the French debt? Oh, there it is. Last bit of debt, and then we're debt free. Okay, support weapons are good. It's August 1937, and we might consider doing a support company. We're already researching trucks, trains, artillery is probably a good idea. Planes is a little difficult to switch into. Let's just get radio. It's very basic, very boring, but very useful. Reinforce rate and coordination are both good. We're low on steel. Anyway, those of you in chat, if Hearts of Iron looks a little intimidating, feel free to ask questions, and I'll try and help you out with what's going on. Let's go ahead and go back to 4X. How many people actually voted for Carl? Most people actually put points on, or at least most of the points are on the anarchists, who are in red. The fewest points are with Carl, which is probably why you're hoping for a 6.3 to 1 payout. How do you have fun in Hearts of Iron? Because I have an attention span that is long enough. Luam the Elf, who in this very stream 20 minutes ago wrote League of Legends. So the main way that I have fun in Hearts of Iron is by not playing League of Legends, for example. And that help goes really far. But thanks again, Concormistar, for the resub. What country are you playing as? We're playing as Greece. We're currently paying off all of our debts and trying... Greece starts in a very, very bad way at the beginning of this 1936 game. They're coming off of the tail end of 11 years of coups and governmental regime changes. Over 20 different governments and like 11 coups in 10 years. They're in debt to everybody. They have a lot of foreign monopolies in their nation. They don't have any war mobilization at all because they're basically totally agrarian, so we had to kind of embrace our farmer culture, and then we still lose 15% recruitable, but we gain some stability and some political power. So we're trying to basically get out of that tailspin first, and it takes a while. If we can get out of that tailspin, then things will start moving in the right direction for us. Czechoslovakia surrenders the Sudetenland. In a move that has surprised many, Czechoslovakia unilaterally surrendered the Sudetenland region to Germany. When questioned, a source in Czechoslovakia Foreign Office replied it was obvious which way the wind was blowing. This was the only path to national survival. An unnamed French minister reportedly condemned the move, claiming the West would have supported Czechoslovakia had Germany pressured them. Could we have done something? So we're adding some new factories to Athens, and we're trying to get no matter which country I'm playing as, I'd like to get to 15 usable civilian factories before pivoting to other structures and things. That's just my own desire. But yes, we're almost done with debt repayment, and then we'll get 5% more consumer goods factories and some resources back, which we desperately need with free trade. We're getting the benefits of free trade, but we need the resources for making guns and supplies and stuff. Okay, next on the to-do list, I think let's stay... What are we gonna need? We're probably gonna need to possibly defend against Italy. Historically, we need to defend against Italy, but we're gonna wage an offensive war against Turkey. And we need to be aware of Bulgaria. So what to do? We definitely need trains. Okay, so research-wise, too early for Navy. We don't have enough factories for planes. It's almost 1938, but not quite. It's a little too early for computing machines. Support company-wise, we'll eventually want military police. Maintenance companies are interesting to capture equipment. I do like them for equipment capture. And do they have any other bonuses, really? Do these boost the reliability of... Yeah, reliability bonus for, like, tanks and stuff is really good. So those are neat. I'm trying to get field hospitals because our manpower pool is so small, and probably logistics companies. But let's just go ahead and preemptively get military police, I guess. I don't know where else to put those points. Does World War II happen always like it did in IRL? We're playing ahistorical, so far Hitler has been killed in a coup, and the German Empire has formed, currently led by August von Mackensen, possibly going to give way to other leaders in the not-so-distant future. Also, the United Kingdom is starting to shift to fascist ideology. with the black shirts marching on Downing Street. Additionally, so far, Estonia has had a civil war and has gone fascist, and Lithuania has gone communist via civil war. So, additionally, sorry, Japan is no longer fascist. They have gone full shogunate, led by Hirohito. So they are off that fascist path as well. And that's just what's happened so far. Alliances will start forming soon, but you can play historical mode, and things will generally happen as they did historically if you want. But you can't avoid World War II no matter what, because it's kind of the equivalent of asking if you can play Total War in pacifist mode. There's just kind of no point. But yeah. Is the CCP failing? No, I think EVE Online is still doing pretty good, from what I understand. I think they're still profitable. They keep making new content year over year. Our great and glorious capital is one of the oldest cities in all of Europe. It's also one of our richest and most effectively organized prefectures. Instead of developing provinces that are already hopelessly underdeveloped, let's hone our efforts on our already modern capital. 4 build slots, 3 new factories. Fantastic. I do want to go back to the political side of things, but we're just going to go full infrastructure, get this research slot, and then hopefully it's not too late to go back and do the political things. So, let's get some free infrastructure before we build it ourselves. Now we're up to 14 out of 15 factories. Okay, that's good. Where are those going to go? They're going to Attica, the Peloponnese, and Epirus. So let's do one here, one here. One here. One there. Start building infrastructure. Now that we have 15 factories ready to go. Do you need to be a serious history buff to enjoy this game? I'm guessing you can get joy out of just seeing how you affect history. Yeah, you can, but what's nice is you don't need to be a history buff, because if you just play historical mode, all the newspaper things that come up are historical events. So you kind of learn the history simply by playing to some extent, and obviously you can change. Not everything is going to follow rigidly that historical, so you might need to do a little research if you wanted to separate it, but you can still learn a good deal. But I don't think you need to know it ahead of time. Trucks! Finally! We figured out what those darn wheels are supposed to do. Now we can put infantry in trucks, or get towed artillery, or anything we want, really, but it's November 1937. Okay, that's close enough to 1938. We're not going to get too much of a penalty. It's only 0.13 year ahead of time of 1938, so we can just go ahead and take a small penalty and get the research bonus. Get computing machines for 5% research buff. Sounds good. What do I do with all this PP? PP. Hey, did we do it? Oh, dude, we finished paying off all of our debt? I thought there was going to be some kind of pop-up, but there wasn't. No more debt. I mean, we still have 4 monopolies, but we have dug ourselves out. Now we're only using 5 of our 20 factories for consumer goods. Sick. Honestly, it was Paradox Games that got me interested in history in the first place. It does have that effect, yes. Talks apologies if this has been answered, but I'm sure you must be excited for Victoria 3 releasing this October. Yes, so much so that I put it in my tweet today, my going live tweet. That's why I'm kind of in the Paradox mood, is the DLC for this game coming out next month, and then Vicky 3 finally being able to learn how to play Victoria will be cool. Okay, so we need steel. It's not an emergency. Gotta start making trucks. Put that on the line. Wait for a military factory to free up so we can start it. Which I would like to build. Okay, modifying the government. What do I do with all this PP? What do I do with all of this PP? I think we need to start generating some army XP. That would just be a good idea. I'm gonna say infantry expert for division attack and defense, and some daily army experience points would probably just be a simple, useful. Ooh, what about designers? We have enough for 2. Let's do the infantry expert. Then let's do... Get an advisor who helps the construction of civ factories. We're not building civ factories right now, but we are going to build military factories. And also, we actually don't have one that buffs civilian factories. So, it was a good try, though. Out of these, definitely don't want democracy support. Probably just want the military factory dockyard fuel silo buff, since we'll be building that next. How goes the Spanish Civil War? The anarchists have been split in 2. Carl is diminishing. Not feeling so confident about Carl. Italy is awaking. Speaking to the Italian population on the Dalmatian coast, Benito Mussolini announced Italy fully considers Italian-speaking Yugoslavia to be a rightful part of Italy. An official statement backed up the claims, making it clear Italy is prepared to take the territory by force, if need be. They're upsetting the fragile balance in the nation. That's bad because Yugoslavia is bordering us. So at some point, we do need to pivot to land forts and becoming just a defensive powerhouse on our Albanian, Yugoslavian, Bulgarian border. United States pursues interventionist policies. Peace movement in the U.S. has suffered a severe setback as Congress passed a joint resolution encouraging President Franklin Delano Roosevelt to use military force if necessary to safeguard American interests around the world. It appears that many in Congress have decided it was American indecisiveness that allowed the Great War to drag on for so long and consume so many lives. They point out that within a few months of U.S. troops entering Europe, the Great War had come to an end. An earlier intervention, they argue, could have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. The giant will not sleep this time. Okay, we need to at least build up the border with Albania first, because Yugoslavia will take a little longer. Can they get to Corfu? No. I would say at least level 2 forts for that, what, plus 30% defense buff? Or attack debuff of 30%? And then probably just want to change our order to the Albanian front. We need to start training some more troops, but we have 5 guns. Okay, sorry, 11 guns. We'll get there. We'll get there. Trying to get that extra research slot. Maybe it's a little too greedy. I don't know. Okay, we just built up a teeny bit of... Hold on. Why don't you build up there first? Because it will build slightly faster. That'll be ready the 29th of January. Got all 15 civilian factories working around the clock. And then if I was going to get a material designer, probably just want to save up. You have to crack down on foreign monopolies for that one. 5% attack buff. There's some decent ones here. What do I have to complete? We're going to cooperate with foreign monopolies, so I don't think that's going to give us what we need. So we definitely won't be able to get this. Definitely won't be able to get this. We're not going to appeal to the Soviets, so I have to choose between motorized infantry and artillery research, and I always feel like infantry is better. Because there's so much here under infantry versus, I mean, there's a good amount under artillery. Especially if you want to try rocket artillery and get fancy this time. And then I've always wanted to just try a motorization. It would be fun to do things differently and actually have like APCs and armored cars, but not in the mountains. I never get to play with those. Alright, well, I'll just be basic and do the infantry boy. Feels sad and boring. Spain check. Anarchists are waking up? Spain? Communist Democratic Spain? Carl? Someone's about to get eliminated. It's not just our industrial base we find lacking, but our national infrastructure too. Our neighbors have urbanized their countries. It's about time we started to urbanize our population as well. Plus, we're at 92% stability, chat. We are a rock of stability. 3 free infrastructure is pretty sweet. So yeah, these all shot up to 60% infrastructure now, which is very nice. I want to do the other infrastructure, but we actually need the land forts next, I think. Italy, too spooky. Carl, come on! We need you to pull through, Carl! Hello, Headless7 and Boom You. What's up, Headless? Thanks for 47 months. Almost 4 years of sub, and Boom You, welcome back for 16. Yo. Thanks, both of you. And howdy. Okay, we got a little radio. It's not much. It's a little reinforced rate. Helps our troops replenish faster, and coordination helps them strike the same target consistently. January 1938. We've already got researching. I think artillery is a good shout here, as well as finally getting... Ooh, field hospitals. The thing about researching all these support companies is we have to have support equipment to support our support companies. You understand, chat. This is all... I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, right? But yeah, we don't have that much manpower pool, and I would love field hospitals to try and stop that gap. Democratic Spain has failed me again. For the last time. How is China looking? I mean, they look like China. What do you mean, how is China looking? They look like China right now. They're literally not even at war. Oh, we're drinking some Pog? Stuff is Pogalicious. And they were right. People are going to be coming into the stream not understanding what I'm talking about. You missed the Pog ad break. Wasn't an ad, but it is now. Okay, we should train. Let's do some exercises with our troops. Try to build some extra army XP. Get them leveled up. It is Feb 1938. We are steady cruising through to 1940. Poland, still sandwiched between USSR and German Empire. Curious how they'll fare, because that was the alternate. We were going to play Poland possibly today. Chat voted for Greece. After breakdowns in negotiations with Westminster and an unprecedented 63-hour debate, the Canadian Parliament has overturned the British North America Act, instead enshrining the Canadian Constitution in laws untouchable by the British Parliament or monarchy. Although not an anti-British move on its own, it signals a move away from the Commonwealth policies of the old empire. While a natural step to take for any country wanting to ensure future stability, it does nothing to alleviate the already tense state of global politics. Well, anarchist Spain made a good show of it and are getting steadily pushed back somehow at this stage. Carl is just holding on to Pamplona. I'm playing Greece and Hades. I've been playing a little bit of Hades off stream still. I have seen the credits. I'm going around and trying to unlock all the weapon forms presently. I think I've got like 42 escape attempts, and I forget how many I've won at this point. But I basically don't lose now. I think I've won at least half of those. Because I started winning Hades consistently around run like 17, 18. And then I won twice before then too. Streamer has won such a large number of games that it cannot be stored in human memory. That is true, Anjay, yes. Hades has credits, way to spoil the game. Not sure if meme. Did you guys know there's voice acting in that game too? And it eventually runs out? I've won about 3 out of 30 runs, laughing my ass off. What is the hell? Why? No, why are you spoiling everything? WTF? Why is this so much gunshots? The voice actors are still recording to this day. The voice lines will never run dry. I thought those were actual gods talking to me. They are. They're gamer gods. Carl, please. Why are you spoiling everything? Apparently it's in my blood. Bone Smasher says, Spain with the comeback? It's a pretty big comeback. What's up, Bone Smasher? Howdy for 17 months, by the way. 321 Rally Snail says 18 poggers for 18 months. Howdy for 1.5 years of sub. Yo. But anyway, I think it's important actually to know that Hades has credits, because I've actually seen a lot of misinformation where people are watching a streamer play Hades and they go, oh my god, I can't believe this streamer beat Hades after 7 attempts. That's crazy. I can't believe they won the game. And it's just like, well, they did win the run. However, it's a very big game. Very large game that does not end after you go all the way through. Because that would be very short. You would finish that game in like less time than it took to beat Cult of the Lamb, basically. Specialties of the ancient Greeks. More than ever, we need bright and inquiring minds ready to transform this country and propel us into the 20th century. Focusing on technological innovation means we'll not be stuck playing catch-up with the rest of Europe for the next 50 years. We get sophistry and science, which is 5% permanent gain to political power, and permanent plus 5% research speed. That's really awesome. Research gods here in Greece. All right, let's cooperate with the monopolies for 35 days, and then we get a research slot after that, which will be sick. Oh, it's time. Wilhelm II returned to the German Empire. In a surprise announcement yesterday, the German government officially lifted the exile on Wilhelm II. Later in the day, the old Kaiser's motorcade passed the Dutch-German border, and upon his return to Berlin, he was ceremoniously reinstated as Kaiser of the German Empire. The Kaisers vowed to see Germany return to its old greatness, but it remains to be seen which direction the nation will take with its diplomacy. Netherlands, you did this. Took me 20 to 25 attempts for the first run. I don't remember how many for the very first one. It was 16, 17 or less. Because around 17 is when I started to win every time. I think I beat it once. Like, I beat it on like the 8th or 9th try, and then I couldn't beat it again for like 6 more attempts. And then now I can't lose. Unless I turn the heat level up to just an ungodly amount. Do we want any of these? Not yet. What about theorists? This is grand battle plan doctrine cost? No, I don't want to do grand battle plan this time, I don't think. This dude's a super genius. I want to hire the super genius. We need a lot of PP for that, though. So Netherlands was actually one of my favorite runs. I enjoyed this focus tree a lot more than I thought I would. And before we finish today, I am going to show you my off-stream Netherlands run, so you can see how that's going. Because I did a second Netherlands after we streamed it. And it went shockingly well. March 38th. Oh, it's 38. Let's get some infantry buffs. Improved infantry equipment's good. Send the guns. I'm not sending guns to anybody. What do you think of the duo skills? Any favorites? The one that's probably won me the most runs is the... I think the one where you... Yeah, I think the one where your cast turns into lightning when it's just sitting on the ground. That's probably won me like 3 or 4 runs single-handedly. Anarchists are dead. Anarchists, I think, are super dead. Hello, chat. Hello, streamer. Hello. There was another one. Like at first I was like, wow, Beyblade sucks. And then the more I played the game, it was like, oh, Ares is actually badass. And you can just win with Beyblades. Beyblade OP. Doom stacking's pretty good. I actually haven't had a Doom stack run. The run I'm on right now, I finally got... To me, it's a meme build, but I'm sure it's actually good. Is the one where your revenge effects just proc every 3 seconds. I finally got that duo with a few revenge effects. Too bad all my revenge effects are like common or rare instead of epic. But I'm trying to make that happen. Beyblade sucks? No, I said Beyblade's OP. At first I thought it sucked. Free military factories. Okay. Whew, so many possibilities. We're making trucks. We're trying to make trains. We need to make more than 12 per year. So let's get 3 on guns. We need to make more support equipment than this too. Let's do 4, 3, and 2. Beyblade won me my first 2 runs. Yeah, no, it's incredibly powerful if you buff it. At first, it starts out like meh, and then it's got some nice synergies. Let me into the details. Oh dear God, there's a Soviet Union civil war. Oh, the SSSR is back. There is no point in fighting the powers that be. It's an unwinnable fight that will kill Greece if we wage it. Instead of playing the brash fool, let's bring the monopolies to the negotiating table and work out an amicable deal for all involved. Plus 120 PP for free. Foreign monopolies is replaced with cooperative foreign monopolies. Minus 20% consumer goods factories. Research speed plus 5%. Trade deals plus 5%. Economy laws are 50% off. Trade laws, minus 100%. What? Minus 100%. I don't think that means what you think it means. Once again, there is fighting in Soviet Russia. This time, however, it's not a war between Bolsheviks and whites, but rather a war between rival factions in the Communist Party. Joseph Stalin holds the capital, while rebels led by Nikolai Bukharin are based around Arkhangelsk. Rumors are circulating that Nikolai Bukharin's rebellion is sponsored by foreign powers, but the validity of those rumors remain to be seen. This is awful border gore, chat. This looks like a floppy machine gun. This is the stock. This is like a forward hand mount. What's with all these civil wars? My ahistorical runs are cursed. But yeah, we can switch for 112 now, which I guess is good. War economy needs fascist or communist, which we will get to. We're working on it. Until then, I can get the genius. Let's get the super genius. Plus more army XP gain, and the division speed 15% is very nice. Okay, we have started to generate some decent army XP now. Ooh. Where do these need? There are some actually really good choices here in industrial concern. We're not cracking down, so we can never pick these 3. This is dockyard output, which we don't need yet, factory output, which we do need, and electronics research speed and 5% resource to markets. It's fine, just take that one. Try to start hiring everybody that we can. Okay, so we succeeded in building at least level 2 out of 10 land forts on the Albanian border. If Italy goes to war with Yugoslavia, we need to do the same on the Yugoslavian border. We're trying to beef up infrastructure a little bit. And then we'll go back to building some factories. These actually aren't the most important thing right now. 60%'s fine. We need some more factories. Spain check. Carl. Carl's like holding on to Pamplona for dear life. Don't let go, baby. Hold on. Help is on the way. It's easy, chat. Simply, just change the world tension. Why is the German Empire generating 12.6%? The Sudetenland? Just change world tension to 50% and have at least 30 divisions to just send volunteers. It's easy. Oh, Carl believers are dead, and the anarchists did it. Very sad. Karl has been knocked out. The Bulgarian government has signed a commercial agreement with several German companies, attempting to strengthen ties with the German Empire while stimulating the injection of foreign capital into the country. Under this agreement, German investors will receive significant legal and tax reductions operating in Bulgaria. They only seek Wilhelm II's protection. Indeed. All right, we have 92% stability, 59% war support, 100,000 manpower. Infrastructure is almost done. Then the military factories. About to have our 4th research slot, then we can go back to the political maneuverings. And everything's quiet. It's 1938. We still have over a year until World War II historically begins. So we'll see if anything changes this time. We've just been rocking 3 times speed. We're already 2.5 years into the game. And climbing. How's Turkey doing? I'm ready to start mobilizing. I hate that I actually really like this pog drink. Research speed plus 5%. Laying the groundwork for modern computers and constructing electromechanical machines to start putting them into practice is the first step. Keep it up. All right, it's not close enough to 39 yet. We could do support weapons. I think support weapons is good. Buff the infantry. So the U.S. is pursuing an unknown focus, but they've already got War Plan Orange for intervention in Asia, and War Plan Black for intervention in Germany. So they can really just do whatever they want, whenever they want. They can execute the plan and get the attack and defense bonus against them. So they are not supposed to be sitting on the sidelines this time around. We'll see how that works. They got war propaganda going. I don't know what the AI is going to do. It'd be cool to see them instigate something early. Nice change of pace. How are the Allies doing, by the way? Where is the factions map mode? It's just the UK. France is still guaranteeing Czechoslovakia, Romania, and Yugoslavia, though. All right, working on the military factories. Help us with the gun upgrades. We're starting to get some support equipment stockpiled. What we really want to do is add first aid and cav recon. Hey! The Academy of Athens was established in 1929 as an institute of higher learning, but it is still young and requires help. We will make it a linchpin for all aspiring academics in Europe and beyond. Excellent. So we have completed our sort of industrialization tree outside of oil, which we can work on a little bit more later. Because for now, we need to go back and start venerating the ancient Hellenes. Get some more stability, some more PP. Got all these research slots to play with. Infantry's golden. What next? Okay, let's do artillery. And anti-air. So we can start producing Toad AA. Is this like CK3 where you can send off assassins and sleep with other leaders' wives? No. It is a map, though. So if you like map gameplay, you're in the right place. Marines isn't a terrible idea. Yeah, I guess Marines might work. I need a larger stockpile before I can really train. I need a larger manpower stockpile. What I'm probably going to do is just update. I would love to update with just one line artillery, but that's going to be too much. Actually, it's not. It's just 288. Line artillery would be good. Get us to a 21 combat width. We could maybe add motorized recon company. We are going to not have enough trucks for that. We can grow into it, add it later. There's field hospital. Ooh, that's a hefty toll on support equipment, though. But we do need it. And we just have to increase our support equipment generation. Alright, this is just going to be the grunts. Lock it in. Okay, we just made all infantry slightly better. Yeah, we could train some Marines, because they get that lovely amphibious river and marsh bonus to fighting. The hard part is using them selectively. The reason I don't like special forces in Hearts of Iron is because you have to remember where they are and micromanage them. And that's sometimes difficult, but we can give some special forces a try. Map games are good games. They are, yes. Why not just make a division of Mountaineers and Marines mixed? Because we'll probably have them in different places. Like, I will have the Marines guard the islands, I think. Because they would theoretically fight better there. Unless, I mean, if we wanted to guard this... The mountain is the only middle spot in a couple of these edges, I guess. But we will start recruiting soon. I just need to up truck production. We need more factories. I'm working on it. Greece do got mountains. We do got mountains, yes. Coastal mountain fights. Yeah, it seems, there's a couple, but there's only one that has a... There's two that have a port. So, in the Peloponnese, it is mountain coast for the ports. So that's the only place it would actually be really beneficial. You could have both. Oh god, our steel... That's part of... Chat, at what point do I switch from free trade? Oh! The anarchists are dead! And the people bet narrows in scope. Some of you have to lose, so the others may win. I know that you like picking Carl and the anarchists because it's fun. But the war wasn't about fun. Probably end up picking an artillery expert. And just start stacking army XP. I think that's solid. Yeah, we're getting 0.4 a day. It's quite good. Spanish Directory is sweeping over. Fascists seem like the clear winner, and there you go. Phalangist victory in the Spanish Civil War. The Nationalists under Amelia Mola have finally defeated the Carlist and Republican enemies and secured full control over Spain. Though isolated pockets of Republican troops continue to wage guerrilla war that may well hamper the exertion of local nationalist control in previously Republican areas, further coordinated resistance is unlikely. As the nation rebuilds its war-torn cities, and industry. Preparations are being made to transition back to a civilian government under Jose Antonio Primo de Rivera. It remains to be seen what Spanish imperialist ambitions may manifest in the current crisis. Over. How's the Soviet Civil War? SSSR is still border-goring the heck out of this place. They're taking some weird pockets in here for some reason. They usually don't win, but I guess if they did, that'd be pretty funny. Could do, who knows. But yeah, I think we wait until we're done with a lot of this building, because free trade is giving us a lot of building bonuses. And factory output as well. We just lose the resources. I guess if we have extra civilian factories at any point soon, we could spin those towards trade, but I want to keep 15 out of 15 on our build order queue. I love how we're like not actually, no one's buying our steel. Romania's buying a little bit of tungsten. Nobody's buying any aluminum, obviously. A number of communist delegates from around the world met in Paris today for a founding conference, laying the groundwork for the Fourth International. Calls for its formation have existed for years, with supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead. Stalin responded to growing support for Trotskyism abroad by ordering additional assassinations and increasing propaganda against his old rival. With past purges of suspected Trotskyists in the high ranks of the Soviet military and leadership in recent memory, this is unlikely to meet with any resistance. Hey, are we not the descendants of the venerable Greeks of old? Do we not share blood with those masters of polemics, philosophy, and war? We shall instill a strong sense of pride back into our people, so we may take our place as the guiding star of Europe once again. Venerate the ancient Hellenes, plus stability. We're at 96% stability, incredible bonuses. And plus 120 PP. No, we could do generals. No. We could do warriors. No. Let's do Athenian thinkers and get another 5% research bonus. That's a very short one. I mean, if I was going to modify the government in any way... I would probably want this fiscal responsibility one. Fiscal responsibility would be sweet, or... Complete the focus, recruit the fascists. Where is that? Oh, it's way over there. Yeah, we're not doing that, so that's not gonna happen. What was the other one? It was fiscal responsibility. That one's also not doable. Okay. So maybe we shouldn't be saving this slot. I don't want daily democracy support, though. We're probably going to end up doing non-core manpower, foreign subversive activity efficiency down, and damage to garrisons down. That's probably what we'll end up picking. We don't need it right now, though. But I'll probably pick first... We're gonna need aircraft before we need anything else. I want naval as well, but we need aircraft. And because if we're gonna want to win in Turkey, we need one of two things: naval invasions or close air support. Because this is gonna be a terrible battle around Istanbul. So I'm gonna need both things in some dose, but the Navy is a little harder / easier depending on what you do. There's support equipment. September 1938. It's not quite close enough. To do the 1939 things, in my opinion. Logistics will be really helpful in Turkey, I think. Saving on supplies. Turkey is not easy to fight in. So let's start logistics. Did Spain get the... Oh, yeah. You guys have some channel points to chew on. Enjoy nationalist Spain. The Spanish... Wait. The Spanish directory. I want to make sure I pay the correct people. It's nationalist Spain, right? Okay. Double checking. The fascists. It'd be pretty funny if I paid the wrong group. Ruined. So sad. There you go. Channel points out. Enjoy. 422,000 channel points gets a 3.52 to 1 payout if you voted Team 3. So congrats if you did. Let's get an aircraft designer, fighters and carriers, heavy fighters, tac bombers and scouts, or close air support. Let's go close air support. It's an air research speed bonus as well. I do like fighters, though, because you do need air superiority for close air support to be good. And plus 20% agility is great, because agility is the chance for a plane to get hit. And also to hit others. Ooh, the Estonia-Finland League joined the Allies. Estonia-Finland, did you guys... Oh, you're fascist, too. This is just fascist ally timeline. Oswald Mosley just snuck into the British Empire without even a note. Didn't even alert the press. He's just there. He's like, what? I've been here the whole time. What are you talking about? Fascist Estonia, Finland. Interesting. I mean, I'm gonna be fascist too eventually, so I don't really have to worry about them too much, but the Allies are rogue. They can do what they'll do whatever they want. UK's crazy. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Do I want agility or do I want ground attack? Let's do ground attack. I want to try something different. I wouldn't normally pick this, so we may as well just get creative. I double my points! Chat wins and instantly starts deleting channel points. It sounds like you. Alright, back to 4X. This song bothers me. This song kind of also bothers me. Don't all these all bother me? It's because there's lyrics. Just those three. The rest are fine. Hey, Etalyx. I miss the good old YouTube days. Been watching you since early RimWorld. Much love. Hello, Not So Ninja. Well, you're welcome to spend as much time here as you want. Even though I haven't seen you since May of 2019. When you were last here. What up? Some of mankind's finest thinkers came from Athens, and with a little encouragement paid to the arts and sciences, will once again start to see great minds spring up from all across Greece. Plus 5% research speed is sick. Next. Anatolian refugees. Negotiate with the... Do it. Do we have any cool decisions to do? Not really. I can add that ship designer, though. Or Aristotle Onassis is the leader. No. What is this? Production cost cheaper, max range down. Ooh, this is an interesting trade-off. Chad, do we want a navy that has 50% less range, but we can produce ships much faster? They also have terrible armor. Or do we want max range down 25%, but max speed up 10%? The lack of armor is interesting, but it might lead to a different type of sort of focus for us. Production cost minus 25% is pretty sweet. Build a fleet from scratch quite fast. Let's try the Royal Hellenic Navy. Take deck size down, armor down, heavy attack down, and range down, but we get to produce ships, cheap ships, fast. Hey! Hey! Alright, we just buffed artillery by 10-15%. And we can now produce our own anti-air if we had enough factories for it. It is the 21st of October. I think it's a good time to start catching up on planes. We need some fighters first. We probably don't need heavy fighters, even though I want to play with them. I want to play with heavy fighters. Because it just sounds like fun. I always do regular fighters. Range is significantly higher for heavy fighters. Takes twice as much manpower. But producing 2 sets of planes simultaneously is challenging. Because then, and also it's easier to focus on one or the other. You just lose a lot of agility with the heavies. But you gain air superiority, twice as much attack, 30% more defense to make up for it. And they're much better at naval attack and defense. The production cost isn't that much higher, but the fuel cost is. Alright, let's just do regular fighters. Regular fighters, regular close air support. What else do we do? I don't have enough factories to produce all these things. Not enough factories. Let's do one for boats. Hey, we already have 1936 destroyer hull. Sick. And submarine hull. Hey. Okay, in that case, we need to start prepping to make some dockyards and get a navy going. We have like too many directions simultaneously. Ship torpedoes and light batteries would be helpful. We need that 5th research slot. I think we're working towards it right now, actually. It's been a while since I played Hearts of Iron 4. Do heavy fighters no longer stink? It depends on how you use them. I don't think that they stink. You have, like, double the range. So it lets you strike and exert power over places that you wouldn't be able to reach depending on where your airfields are. Like, I think heavy fighters, if you're playing, like a landlocked nation up here would be pretty sweet. Or if you're wanting to make attacks on the British Empire and do air superiority over the UK or something would be nice. It's hard to do, though, with as many planes as they have, as I found out when I was playing the Netherlands, and allied democratic UK declared war on me, democratic Netherlands, for some godforsaken reason in my off-stream campaign. Okay, we need to start training more dudes. We can't really train that many because of recruitment being an issue, but we'll train like 5. Aren't you going fascist? What about it? Chad, as we all know, fascist nations are historically allied with one another and never, ever fight in order to establish control of similar interests. Right? Just like how there's only one kind of communists. Trotsky and Stalin were just arm wrestling. Sounds accurate to me. Yeah, it's lore accurate. Fascism's when you are friends. Basically. Friends with this bullet. Let me introduce you. Not So Ninja Guy, thanks for gifting a sub to Eden. Pretendier's also here, and Crather gifted a sub to Not So Ninja Guy. Oh dear. Italy has declared war on SFR Yugoslavia. That's really bad for us. We do need to eventually do the Bulgarian border as well, but they seem pretty chill right now. I'm still gonna work on this factory first, but possible rip Yugoslavia. Wait, Yugoslavia is being guaranteed by France, Czechoslovakia, and Romania. So Italy just declared war on everybody. Italy has kicked off effectively a war. They're not in a faction. I don't know if I could call this world war, but they're 5-country war at least. So that's shockingly not generating as much world tension as I would have expected. But they got a lot on their plate all of a sudden. But thanks again, Crather, for gifting a sub to Not So Ninja, who's been hanging out off and on since the YouTube days. Pretendier says, E. Yo. What's up? But anyway, yeah, Italy making moves means we gotta, like, kind of prepare ourselves. Marines. Very nice. And it's almost 1939, so it's time to start on all the 1939 things. Typically industrial. Let's do construction speed first. 4 research slots is very nice, too. Feels good. Feels good. I don't know why that reminded me. Chat, I told you guys I was rewatching The Expanse. Finished season 1. I remember binging the show so fast that I didn't remember how season ended. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's weird because the whole storyline is just one, like season 1 through 3 is like one season in my head. So it's fun to go back and watch. I never finished the show. I have a theme. All my favorite TV shows I haven't completed. I don't know how The Expanse ends because I haven't seen the final season. I don't remember if I saw the season before the final season either. What was the first Amazon season? It was 4, right? I think I saw 4 and 5. I don't remember much from 5. But I definitely saw it, so I didn't see 6. I won't spoil it. He doesn't remember. It's the same thing. Season 1 was the best season. I disagree. I actually like season 2 and 3 a little more. But I have a lot of things that I enjoy in season 1. To me, season 1 is like a 8.5. Season 2 is like a 9, and season 3 is like a 9.5 to me. That's just my own opinion. The dastardly Anatolian fascists, how dare they, have been sowing chaos while making themselves unapproachable by the government since the very inception of their malignant movement. However, things appear to be changing. We've been approached with the offer to make the deal of a century. Join forces with the Anatolian fascists to further our mutual goal, of governing the galactic empire. Together our powers in the Force will be too powerful for any single Jedi to stand up. What is this did I download a mod on accident? Hold on, did the villain extending a hand to join forces actually work out this time? I want someone to say yes. In one of those movies or TV shows, you know? Stop saying no. Stop being such a hero. Chat, what do you say? We should join forces. It can't be denied that many of our admin would make this deal with the devils of our nation simply to get them to cease their anti-government actions, and it also can't be denied there are even some serpents among our civil servants that find the EEE's goals agreeable, or even laudable. Thankfully, Magnate Aristotle Onassis has presented us with an alternate course of action. Onassis, also being from Anatolia, will form a counter-movement using his fame, business acumen, and personal wealth, and use that movement to sap the EEE's support base. This course of action by no means guarantees them being squashed, but we have more than enough evidence to suggest Onassis could well pull off the caper, if we ask him to. Eta, please finish it. It's amazing. I'm gonna finish it, yeah. The books are 9s across the board. Yeah, I want to read the books eventually. I want to explain why I actually like Season 2 and 3 more, but I can't without spoiling it, so... I won't, and I will simply say that I think they're all good. The ghosts of the past will not return to haunt us again. No deals with fascist vermin. We actually need this. We need to join forces. Gain 10% war support. Coalition with the EEE gives us stability up and daily fascism support. Fascists become friendly. Allying will have serious repercussions when the Heraclian Convention is called. Uh-oh. Well, I gotta do it. When does that convention get called? Serious repercussions, that sounds good. What books? The Expanse. Resurrecting the Magali idea. Turkey has to exist, and the Heraclian Convention had to be a failure. It doesn't say... When was the Heraclian Convention? Heraclian? Why would that be hay? H-E's hay? That's like Heracles is Heracles, not Heracles! I sure love my favorite hero of lore, Heracles. That is my number one. Heracles. Dear God, now that was a hero right there. Hey Goku, it's Heracles. Okay, I don't know if how did it fail already? Did it even happen? We didn't bypass it. So I'm just gonna do it, I guess? I don't know what's going on. I don't understand it. Okay, anywho. Onwards. We got the ability to modify the government further, but I don't know if I have any political advisors that make sense at this point except Konstantinos. So we'll ignore that. We got 88 army XP, which is nice. And we just started building a small land fort holding on the border with Yugoslavia. We're working on a little bit of ship research. I know, nobody likes researching ships, but you gotta do it. Let's get some passive sonar, otherwise the subs are gonna sink everybody. Oh, here it is. It has long, at last, come to revisit the treaties of Sèvres and Lausanne. Sèvres? Is it just Sev? Seth? With the great, what? Okay. It has at long last come to revisit the treaties. What is it? The sentence doesn't make sense to me. It has at long last come to revisit the treaties with the great powers of Europe and also reapproach the topic of the Magali idea. The fate of Turkey cannot be decided by us alone, so we must first garner and cultivate the approval of the British Empire, France, and the contemptible Italy if we choose to invite them to our conference as well. We shall invite the French and British delegates, invite the original signatories. Why would I invite Italy at this point? Let me read what this says. We were promised the Magali idea in 1919, but after subsequent Greco-Turkish war, that dream was almost dashed forever. But for as long as the Turks continue to profane our great lands of old with their presence, we shall continue to covet what is rightfully ours. The Greek people remember this once. They can be made to remember again. It says invitations to the Magali Convention will be dispatched. So what do I don't understand what this convention is. Because these are two different things. But it's approaching the, I'm not going to invite Italy. Let's just invite French and British delegates. Nobody attends our convention. Nobody came to my birthday party. I had to have my Greek birthday party by myself. I guess I'm gonna have to eat all this delicious food alone. Our government has been completely and utterly humiliated by the news that none of the invited countries would be sending delegates to our Northern Lion Convention, and what is even worse is the fact that our leadership has been publicly criticized by these larger powers for inflaming tensions in the region. To say this chain of events have proven to be anything less than devastating would be an understatement. As many Venizelos officials are all too aware, they stake the entirety of their movement's legitimacy upon avenging 1922, and now the situation has evolved to the point where the entire operation is in jeopardy. The Greek people have already grown restless over the lack of news after so much hype was built around the event. The EE have seized upon the raging fires of discontent with gusto, lambasting of our governments for weakness and failing to uphold our promises. How will Eleftherios Venizelos steer us out of these murky waters? Our hubris has led to our doom. We just want to dissolve a country. Eric Lyon Khan, 1938. Nobody... We got a ball pit, dude! Nobody came and we got a ball pit for nothing. Did this just bypass? I think it just insta-bypassed. Not only did we fail it, you can't do the Gordian knot because it failed. Which is good, because that's not the one that we wanted to do. We wanted to do this one anyways, I think. People arrive. Ball pit? Oh, that's a declaration of war on Turkey immediately. Okay, let's not do that yet. Let's hold off on that for a bit. This is a synthetic refinery and a bunch of resources. Let's go down the other industrial pursuits. I'm gonna go ahead and take probably Prince of Terror here. The EE launch a coup, you bastards! Wait, is this good? We should have known it would end like this. The leadership of the has condemned us as weak and ineffectual and declared us the most immediate barrier to Greek greatness. The ruffians made a massive spectacle in the Hellenic Parliament where they castigated us as traitors and declared they would do all in their power to unseat us. Sure enough, after all dramatically leaving the chamber at once, they returned hours later with a mob trailing and calling for our immediate collective resignation. Public opinion's no longer with us, and to be frank, many government ministers have lost faith that this administration has what it takes to see things through to the end as we promised. There's a general feeling that by marching on Constantinople without foreign or popular support, we're sending the entire country on a death march from which we will never recover. When you put it like that, I mean, it sounds crazy when you put it like that. The Byzantinist fascist form of government gain more support plus 10%, lose 15% stability. EEE becomes the ruling party. Chat, this is the perfect outcome. Or the Byzantinists will try to forcibly remove us from government soon. And we can remove our coalition with the EEE. The EEE. I mean, we gotta let them, right? That's the whole thing. We must answer for our failures. Oh, is that how you get this guy? I have seen this dude in my other campaigns. Georgios Cosmides. Look at this hero. Look at that chin. Look at that mustache. It's him. Giga Chat. I was wondering how you play as him. Daily PP gain up. Justify war goal easier. Focus on offense. I love this dude. So strong, so talented. Oh, we lost Nicolau. Oh my god, the Republicans aren't friendly anymore, so we just can't do that. Let's take the army offense nerd then instead, I guess. I don't know, this sucks. Take this fascist guy, sucks. What a waste of PP from earlier. Okay, we're almost done building up our weenie defensive line, so now we can go back to... I say taking just a brief infrastructure tour, because if we want to attack Turkey, we're gonna need good supply lines. That just makes sense. But we can kind of get a couple of, I would say slot in like 2 factories. Let's get that one upgraded first, and then here. And then the Peloponnese. And the Peloponnese factory. Okay. Getting there, chat. We're getting there. It's 1939. It's time. I mean, World War II has sort of already kicked off. It's just Italy's not in a faction. Italy declared war on Yugoslavia, who, though being communist, is still being guaranteed by their friends. Romania, Czechoslovakia, and France. So Italy's got a lot to chew on right now. The Bolivarian Alliance. President Lázaro Cárdenas of Mexico's Partido de la Revolución Mexicana has announced the formation of a new bloc of nations in the Western Hemisphere. The Bolivarian Alliance takes its name from Simón Bolívar, an independence fighter who helped win freedom for many of the Latin American nations now joining together in an alliance. Their declared goal is to seek an end to the continent's domination by old European and American empires by building strong socialist states, linked together economically and diplomatically. All we care about is going to war with Turkey eventually. And we got a long road to travel because we only have 200,000 total manpower. They have like 400,000 total manpower. We're working on it. We are fascist now, so we can actually switch to extensive conscription, which we'll definitely need. That'll double our current recruitable pop. Give us a lot to play with. But yeah, I want to see Poland doing something. Soviets are a little busy with the SSSR. Just a bit. But their SSSR is not in what I would consider the most inhabitable section of the Soviet Union. Not my first choice as far as territory to launch a revolution from. Italy always does this thing where they move through the Alps and then they get pushed back once they get to like this river. Hey, War of the Worlds, thanks for gifting a sub, by the way, to Beck Bristow, who's here for 5 months. Enjoy your sub in your next 30 days, Beck, for free, if you're out there. All right. Get in line, chat. A recruitment officer will be by. Moths will be knocking on your door shortly to get more troops. 1939, we need to do all of our industrial things, dispersed industry, and efficiency caps. And then we can go back to planes and boats. Maybe I need to give you guys something to work towards. Do we need like another million channel point dump? For the cause! Yeah, SSSR is freezing and starving to death. That's the genius of it. It's the Finland strat. Just freeze your enemies to death. Our country is rich in lignite mines. Chat, what's lignite? Okay, I'm sorry. And we are already aware of the process through which lignite can be turned into fuel. The government should encourage the opening of more lignite liquefying facilities. Free synthetic refinery and public petroleum corporation, which grants synthetic resources, research speed plus 10%, refining. What is refining concern? Also, where does that go? What did I just add? It's a corp. Oh, it's this. Okay. Never mind. Don't really care about that. The free synthetic is fine. Now, we're really here to extract more from our soil. Lots of free resources. Attica, the Peloponnese, and the Aegean get some nice bonus resources here. And then that'll take us to possibly opening up the country and get some investment schemes, and then... I don't think this is good. We don't have the shocked plan. I don't even know if we need to open the country. I just want more resources, and then we'll go from there. In an unprecedented move, the new British government has distanced itself from their Great War allies in France, and have instead announced an alliance with the Italians. This brusque shift in allegiance has caused shockwaves through the European diplomatic scene, and is especially eyed with suspicion in France and the German Empire, the latter of whom's already been the target of repeated hostile rhetoric from Oswald Mosley. Significant British diplomatic maneuvering. Chat, the worst has come to pass. Fascist UK is in an allied axis with Italy. The British Empire is about to declare war on France, Yugoslavia, Romania, and Czechoslovakia. It's happening. All right, let's get our production efficiency caps, because we've almost hit those caps. So we're going to research this just in time to push them to 80%. It's going to be nice. We'll actually get some more resources here in a second once we get this new extraction. SFR Yugoslavia joined the Bolivarian Alliance with Mexican Socialist Republic. Mexico is going to war with the UK and Italy, baby. That's how World War II kicks off in 1939. France joined. France has joined the Mexican Socialist Republic. A new alliance of worldwide champions. Can't find any friends in the Allies. It's time. Kingdom of Romania has joined the Bolivarian Alliance. Czechoslovakia has joined the Bolivarian Alliance. We're South America now, baby! We're South American in our hearts. How we doing on... We're doing some recruitment. We just don't have enough support equipment. I got 4 factories on guns, 3 on support, 2 on trucks, 2 on artillery. We're about to get anti-air and civilian trains, and we need more. I need more. How there? Oh, recruitment is basically done. Hey. Right on time, actually. What we're gonna do is actually split this into 2 groups. Oh, damn, look at all these guys. 4423, sick. Who's your alliance? Venezuela's loyalist? Good recon? Motorized and Cav. Cav officer, brilliant strategist. Very good. Okay, but anyway, we're gonna have some new orders. Frontline there for you. Frontline there for you. Gotta hold the Yugoslavian border just in case. I'm a little concerned about Bulgaria. They have a lot of troops on our border. Did the fascists win in Spain? They did indeed, yes. Okay, yes. The British Empire has declared war on everybody else after joining up with Italy. So we are on. Feels good. Chad, did you guys watch the Victoria 3 pre-order trailer today? And also, are there any other games you're excited about? Besides Vicky 3, the DLC for this game, and Dwarf Fortress possibly coming out before the end of the year. Okay, this is a 70-day research. We're still on 4X. Passive sonar will help our boats. We got our industry going. We don't need research till 1940. We do need 1939 weapons. We're a little behind on that. That's okay. The Netherlands has joined the fascist allies after the Mexican Socialist Republic just declared war on them. The Netherlands are totally democratic, but have joined fascist allies. Oh, okay. Say no more. Zog submits to Italy. An ultimatum was delivered to the Albanian government, by Italian diplomats demanding they submit to complete military occupation. King Zog has abdicated after realizing the futility of resistance, and Albania will now be ruled in a personal union under King Victor Emmanuel III. Italy looks to the Balkans. That's not good. Okay, you guys have to stop exercising. Even with the German forces lined up on the border, the Lithuanian People's Republic has rejected an ultimatum issued by Berlin for the return of Memel. Memel once belonged to East Prussia, but was annexed by the Lithuanian People's Republic following the Treaty of Versailles. It was the integrity of the treaty Antanas Sniekas said it was necessary to protect when the Lithuanian government announced their rejection. International observers expect Germany may attempt to take it by force. This is gonna be fun. Not a Zogchamp moment, no. I'm excited for Warhammer Darktide. I am too, but I don't know when it's coming out. Slime Rancher 2, yes, that's true. This is the next thing I'm excited about. Play the hell out of Slime Rancher. New CK3 update looks exciting. I don't know what that's gonna be. And then somebody said, Feeling Hacker says I never could get into CK2, and so CK3 was super as a first entry. Curious if Victoria will be similar. I think they're taking a similar route to that, yeah. Because it looks like it will feel familiar to people who got first started with CK3. Okay, we got our troops lined up. Very bold. The Mexican Socialist Republic has just decided to drag France into war against the United States. They are going ham right now. Mexican Socialist Republic versus the US. World War II is well underway. You thinking of joining the fascists or the Allies? No. I'm keeping my head down right now, and we're gonna try and just fight Turkey without them joining anybody. That would be best case scenario. We're at about 3.7 out of 5% of our recruitable. So we do need to start some more training. I'd say 5 divisions. We'll need to catch up on some equipment, but yeah, 5 more divisions would be good. That'll give us time to recoup manpower and stay in the positive for trucks and artillery. What the heck? Dude, Yugoslavia was like... That was a huge mistake. Yeah, because Yugoslavia was like, oh, Italy, you claimed Albania? Really? We've been waiting for this. Well, this border just got a lot easier to defend. Tax, what do you think about Lies of P? I think it looks really cool. Looks like it's gonna be good. And everybody who got a little preview said it was pretty good. And I like the theme. I like the theme of mature, old fairy tale properties. Alright, you guys can actually go back to exercising again if you want. It has been theorized that democracies do not go to war with each other, but this does not mean they are guaranteed to aid each other in war. As political interests are diverse and people want peace, entering a war often comes at a great cost. This has, however, not stopped the United States announcing they have formed their own military alliance, the North American Federation, to join forces in protecting their people and their ideals with the Philippines. The North American Federation, that's us. Not us. Not literally us, but yeah. Find a good friend before they're all taken. I'll do it myself. I don't need any alliances dragging me into constant conflict. No template. I know, we don't have any anti-air template. It's fine. Alright, if Yugoslavia, when Yugoslavia starts losing, which will be when the UK, God, the UK is probably just going to town in Africa right now. Yeah, British Empire is going ham. We're doing pretty good on time. We're already halfway through 1939. South Africa has joined the North American Federation. As you do. South Africa has declared independence from the British government and said, I'm actually America, baby. Construction 3. Build faster. Okay, 1939 tech's already underway. We do need 1939 upgrades to our support companies. So let's get engineers upgraded for bonus entrenchment. We got quite a few political advisors here. Estonia, Finland wants to resupply ships in our ports. In the Allies? Chat, what do you think? Are we gonna be our own fascists, or are we gonna join the Allies? Look at this guy's face. I think it's probably okay. I mean, joining the Italian allies is rough because we have to fight Yugoslavia. I need to have my full attention on Turkey before they get joined up with a faction, basically. And that's what makes it so difficult. War propaganda against Czechoslovakia. Hey, Greece is a country rich in natural resources. We just have to have the determination to unearth them. Technology has given us the way. Now we just have to find the will. That's 24 extra steel, 20 extra aluminum. Wait, more than that. 40 something aluminum, which is going to be great for airplanes, right? I don't know what investment schemes do for us right now. What I think we do is work on the Hellenic Armed Forces. We have to declare war on Turkey eventually, but not yet. El Salvador has joined the Allies. The fascist allies. Oh, they're fascist. Hey, Town Chat! I got Hearts of Iron and Lord of the Rings reference in the stream title. Today is a good day. Well, I intend to watch Two Towers and Return of the King. I already watched Fellowship Extended in preparation for Rings of Power, which comes out in like 2 days. And I hope it's good. There's no reviews up yet. But the first impressions are like, the epic scope must be appreciated. Amazon threw so much money at this project that we can't help but be amazed by the amount of money we physically see on the screen. New Zealand has declared independence from the British government and then immediately joined their fascist former friends. Along with Australia. I'm very sad for you guys. But yeah, they don't have any reviews yet, but all the like journalists' first impressions are like, actually, we think it's pretty sweet. They say it's kind of slow to get going, but that's how Lord of the Rings is. So I think that's a good thing. I think if there was too much action, like if it was like, Season 1, Episode 1 will boggle your mind. The entire episode is one battle. Extended over an hour and 15 minutes of content. I'd be like, okay. That doesn't feel earned. But yeah, slow beginnings, but epic in scope. Lots of characters and factions and world building and stuff. Are they releasing all of it or episodic? It's definitely going to be episodic. Netflix is constantly criticized for making the tragic mistake of releasing all of their episodes at one time. So I think Amazon has spent far too much money to do that for Lord of the Rings. All the shows that release one episode a week get way more out of their investment. Yes, more money doesn't necessarily make a show better, but less money does make a show worse. So I'd rather have the former than the latter. Let me binge watch. No. You know what? I, for one, am glad that the Japanese shogunate declared war on the Soviet Union. Wait, what? Oh, okay. You're not even in a faction, Hirohito. And the SSSR is still not even dead. This is weird. They're still clinging to life. Anyway, what I was gonna say was I actually am glad that binging is on the way out for big releases. Because those of you that binge statistically are incredibly annoying. Because here's what happens when you binge. When you have a show that's bingeable, two things happen. Number one, every single plot detail comes out at the same time, and I have to dodge the minefield of not being able to watch 10 episodes of a thing in 24 hours. Canada declares independence and then joins the fascist allies. Stop, you fools! Unless you're communists, why are you joining up with him? And the second thing that happens is I personally enjoy the discussion that comes with each episode. It's fun to be able to have a community. Like, Game of Thrones just would have been worse if it dumped all the episodes out each season. India also did the same thing. That's your problem, that's your fault. What? For not being able to watch 10 episodes of a show in 24 hours is my fault? That's victim blaming. Other people are the ones watching the final episode and then spoiling it. Binge watching ruins the meme economy. That actually is true. It does ruin the meme economy. But more importantly, Game of Thrones, for example, would have just been so much worse. I know it was already bad, okay, but the first however many seasons, like Lost, Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad, all those shows depended on having a culture of 2.5 months of content to come out, talk about, discuss, bring people into the loop. And that's the other thing. Many of you, and many of you who aren't here, like just chatters and viewers, you have a chance to share in something, you know? You don't have to worry about the people who binge 24 episodes of a thing in 2 days, who are the equivalent of buying a max level MMO character and getting to the end game. When you hear about it, you can jump in. If it's 2 episodes in, you can hop on the train. You can ride the hype with everybody else. You don't hear about every single good show as soon as it's available. You have to get convinced. I finally got to finishing Severance, and that finale is one of the best I have seen. Oh, I finally finished Severance too, Chad, and it was awesome. Severance was crazy good. I'm very annoyed though, because I don't want to wait till like a year from now. It took me like 5 episodes to warm up to Severance. I think I was like, the first time I was like, ooh, I like that episode, was like episode 6 or something. It was fine. It was fine throughout, but I was like, where is it going and why? Where is this going and why? And it took like 2/3 of the season to figure out where it was going and why. And then I was like, I'm totally on board now. We still have only -13 steel. Mexican Socialist Republic declared war on Honduras. What are you guys doing over there? Mexican Socialist Republic is going off for some reason. Just everybody's in danger. Binge watching anime makes sense because sometimes it takes 4 episodes for something to finish happening. Yeah. That's different, I think. I wouldn't put... There are exceptions. Like, there's not really much gained by releasing weekly sitcom episodes 1 episode at a time. Australia going rogue. I am impressed. Bucking the trends and joining the North American Federation instead of stinky allies. Good for you, Australia. Did you watch Wheel of Time? No. Blister Bros says, in my life, nothing has rivaled Lost in terms of hooking an audience and stringing us along. I went to actual Lost watch parties with my co-workers for the season premiere and finale. We even made Lost-themed food and cocktails. I also did watch parties. I did Lost watch parties in college, and it was a ton of fun. Here's the thing about binging. Chad, I'm gonna tell you something crazy, okay? This is why not binging. My opinion is more important than yours in this case. Okay, I'll tell you why. If you are the kind of person who likes to binge and doesn't enjoy watch parties, episode discussion, and generally building tension week to week, having the ability to dissect what you have seen, try to either analyze it or just appreciate it, let it sink in and savor. If you don't like that and you like binging, just wait like 2 fucking months. Okay, you already waited like years for the thing to come out. You can just wait a little longer and then binge it all at the same time. Whereas if everything is just, it's released right then. The people who do enjoy actually having a sort of a community aspect to the release of these like $500 million TV shows can't have what they want, but you can have what you want if you just wait like a month or 2 longer. But I have to dodge 2 months of social media. Oh, interesting. Well, now you know how it feels from the other side, except those people could only spoil 1 episode and not the actual finale of the whole show. Or you can just watch along. Streamer trying to tell this generation to wait for something. If they were able to wait, they wouldn't be binging. Yeah, but you have to wait anyways because the show's not out yet. So just pretend it doesn't exist for a little longer. But you can still binge after the fact, but people who want to watch and like have watch parties with their friends each week and do something that's not just be like a little goblin person inside of a blankie with like a giant bag of popcorn and 2 Hot Pockets sitting off to the side and just like inject it directly into my veins until it's done. Like, you can just wait until you can do that while we have our fun. You can have your fun, we can have our fun, everybody can have fun. You know? Etal, do all your streams for a month and then release them at the same time for bingers. This discussion is like how I like Christmas to be a surprise, but my husband used to find his presents ahead of time. Just tell me what I got. I don't want to open it. I don't want to wait to open it. Just tell me what you got me. I want it now. Watch parties are really fun. Watch parties are really fun. We are back to almost 100,000 manpower. I'm unpaused. I'm unpaused. Okay, we're fine. We're building up some infrastructure, and we're almost done with like 4 researches simultaneously. And the armed forces are nearly done. I don't know at what point it'll be safe to actually declare war on Turkey when we have... What is this? Why is the Mexican Socialist Republic here? I'm at an Etal watch party as we speak, and we're analyzing this rant. Lol, you can also watch 1 episode at a time. I can, but nobody, you're not, it's like unsyncing every single clock. Okay? That's like saying, okay, every single clock is on the same time in a time zone. If you want, we can just binge the entire day, but if you want it to still take longer, just set your clock to a different time. Well, it's not the same as everybody else's time. So I'm on episode 2, everybody else is on episode 3. Or some people have already finished. I want to watch I want to be on the same time, the same episode as everybody else who's watching. The French government has capitulated. Oof. British Empire just backdoored. That's pretty bad. That means the British Empire is coming. They're gonna be coming right down here through Yugoslavia. Chad, there's 3 types of people in this world. There's people who go to the movie theater the opening week of a movie so they can sit with an audience and cheer at the stuff that everybody else cheers at on, like, opening weekend. There's the people that wait until it comes out. They want to have a home theater experience, and they watch it on 4K disc when it comes out, or streaming. And then there's the third group, which is the people that just pirate it and watch it on their phones because they don't have any respect for Martin Scorsese's masterpieces. Okay? And you binge watchers, you're the people that'll just watch it on the phone and read the Cliff's Notes to find out what happened as fast as possible just so that you can know and move on to the next piece of media before you throw it in the garbage. I'm just exaggerating for effect. Anyway, we are almost done with all of our industrial stuff. July 1939. We could go back to Navy and Air. Because we need both. I'm gonna get some torpedoes. I want some torpedoes. Chat, there's 2 kinds of people. The people that go to the theaters with a bag of McDonald's and they eat 3 Big Macs, chicken nuggets, and you can smell the French fries, okay? Or the people that buy buttery movie popcorn and a drink and pay $15 for the experience, okay? Don't be the first one. I don't want to smell your stinky Big Macs smuggled into the theater as you wrestle them out of your purse. Ireland has joined the Bolivarian Alliance. The British Empire has declared war on Ireland. Never saw that coming. Our armed forces are decent enough for our current national situation, but we remain the weakest of the Balkan Pact members militarily and have been criticized often for the lack of modernization across our armed forces. It's time we got serious. Unlock the Hellenic Academy Battle Plans decision. What does that do? We have to be at war and we get attack and defense bonuses. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't know what to actually put our points in now. I can just... Wait, no, we can do these. Division defense on core territory might be useful now. Let's go ahead and grab that. I roll up to the theater with an entire rotisserie chicken down my trousers. I smuggle a burrito in. How about just don't go to a movie at dinner time? Have you thought about that? How about if you're so worried about overspending on movie snacks, why don't you go to the matinee showing? And wake up earlier than 1:30 p.m., you lazy. How about movie theaters serve dinner? No, dinner in a movie is stupid. Not only is it a huge scam, it's a total waste of time. Do you know how long it takes to eat? 15 to 20 minutes tops. The movie is an hour and a half minimum. So there's just all this song and dance and extra money for something that takes 15 minutes to do. The food is gone. You can't just eat for 2 hours. Like, there's not enough food. The only people that should be going to dinner in a movie are like parents who would be showing their kid their iPad anyways to keep them busy, but instead of an iPad, they get a movie screen-sized iPad, and they get to eat a nice meal while their kids are too busy looking at the screen to be bad. That's it. Like, Zoomers and Millennials have no place in dinner in a movie. Especially if you're childless. Because dinner in a movie is the #1 place to encounter those annoying children who are just playing tag up and down the stairs. Okay? I don't want to babysit your kids while you eat dinner in a movie. You do that. Give me the recon company. Hi, Etalyx. Hi, stream. You won't be hearing from me for a while because I've decided I'm going to binge watch Etalyx and I won't be back until all VODs are released by the end of his career. It's good. Also, how's chat gonna be like, I smuggled my own Big Macs into the theater because food's overpriced, and then also be like, I eat dinner in a movie theater, I love dinner in a movie theater. If you want like a Outback Steakhouse tier cheeseburger with your movie, then I guess. If you want to go to, if you regularly go to Chili's, and you just rather have that in a movie theater while people are walking in front of you to deliver food and refill drinks, then go for it. Catholic Mexico has joined the British Empire. Second Christiana? How long is Mexico actually... What is going on over here? Oh my god. That is the worst border gore. The forces of church and revolution have once again come into conflict in Mexico. With the government renewing attacks on the church, the embattled Catholic parties and social movements are launching an armed rebellion to seize control of Mexico. Cristero militias are reforming after a decade of inactivity, supplemented by defectors from the federal military. They've taken over several rural states and are using these as a base from which to operate. The first Christiata ended with a settlement negotiated between senior revolutionary and church officials, thanks to intermediation by the American government. But it looks like this violence will end only with the complete destruction of one of the belligerents. Do what you're gonna do. We still prepare for war. Sometimes I want to eat a Cuban sandwich while I watch a movie. Sometimes I want to have a barbecue platter with all the fixins. The 3-meat combo while I watch a movie. Chad, do you not have the right, when you go to the movies, to have expectations of what you will and won't smell in the movie theater? Do you have a right to eat whatever you want in the movie theater, even if other people don't like it? What about if somebody like... I'm gonna bring microwave fish. Yeah, where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line? What about noise? Do you have an expectation of silence inside the movie? What can you expect? Is it just a Wild West where you can do whatever you want? Can we start food fights in there? Do I have the right not to get hit by somebody else's food? Food is okay, noise is not. What about somebody who eats noisily? What about food wrappers? What about if you chew with your mouth open? Oh, this has got chat riled up. Let's get artillery. Oh, there's a couple of you who are very upset. Artillery, no, that's engineering, recon 2, field hospital 2. And we're outdated on guns now. This is gonna be annoying because we don't have enough factories. So we're just gonna have to reset production efficiency. Hey, the best part of the movie's coming up! Everybody quiet! It's not our goal to create a pillarized society of militants that favors strength above all. We actively oppose and reject any attempt to mimic Mussolini's system of government. We are Greeks, not Romans! Instead of creating a cult of worship around the violent Spartans, let us instead celebrate the Thebans, who overthrew the Spartan hegemony through cunning. Plus 5% division defense, stability up 5%, and daily command point gain multiplier might be good. We need to declare war eventually. Let's go back to the army, get some doctrines. We can definitely afford the doctrines. Chat, shh, please, trying to watch streamer here. But no, I actually have been in movies where little kids are playing tag. And it actually in that situation, it wasn't even a dinner and a movie. It was just dinner. It was just movie. It was just dinner. They just sat down in the stadium seating and ate while the screen was blank. I would like dinner but no movie. I just love the theater food so damn much. Chat's bringing a bag of apples to the movie? I just want to hear like... Just taking big bites. Healthy. I mean, any healthy alternatives to this, like, theater food, dude. That's a really good apple eating impression. Good fighter. Cool fighter. Now eat an apple as Marge. Okay. All right, we're doing 80%. 80% infrastructure here. What do I modify the government with? I don't know. I mean, they're going down the pipe to Yugoslavia. I need to decide if I want to join, and if I did, how. They have negative 220 because the British Empire thinks we're stupid, so we actually can't join the British Empire of Allies, which is too bad. So we're just gonna have to, like, shore up the defenses. With at least probably 5 out of 10. Alright, we're gonna get our land forts upgraded, hopefully in anticipation of Italy / the British Empire breathing down our borders. We need to get some steel so that production can actually speed up, because we don't have any resources. So I think it's finally time to swap. Free trade should probably give way to limited exports. We're gonna lose out on construction speed, research speed, and more. We could just go regular. Let me see. How much do we get? We're getting 84 out of the ground. We're exporting 71. And we need 30. We have a negative 17 available for use. Alright, maybe we shouldn't go all in. Let's go back to just export focus. We only lose 5% construction speed and research. And here. Game? Oh. Chat. Uh-oh. How did this even happen? How did Macedonia form? Italy, please. The Dominican Republic joins the Allies. Small, antiquated, but tenacious! This is how many describe the Greek army, and is not inaccurate. All we need to do is modernize tactics and equipment. Alright, free stuff. Light tanks and trucks. Let's get the recon. I got totally sidetracked. What? I can't hear myself. Oh, we were. There's a lot of good choices here. I'll explain. Planning speed. Political power gain and conscription laws down. This is naval invasion. We're gonna go all the way here to entrenchment speed, max entrenchment. I can't focus because the music. I'm gonna take supply and fuel consumption. Logistics focus. I don't want grand battle plan. Fine, I'm taking grand battle plan. Entrenchment speed and max entrenchment. We can also get max planning up. And all infantry plus 10% defense and org. Okay, solid. These are chat's favorite songs in the whole game. I'm gonna get a non-aggression pact with Bulgaria while I can. Dude, we are 248 artillery in the hole. I know why. It's because of the line artillery. So we need to delete this. Add that motorized recon. Nope, we only have 40 trucks in storage. Fantastic. Okay, cavalry recon it is. Never mind, we don't have enough support equipment. We got problems. Are you guys having fun? Chat, we just have to assume Italy's not going to declare war on us. Okay? We just have to assume. We have so little. How long would it take to build a supply hub? Oh my god, the 12th of March? Chat, what do I do? Do we justify war on Macedonia? How much did... Oh boy. We have 54 extra guns. That's it. Yeah, I guess I could just build a naval base. We got so much to do, we just need to fast forward. Okay, chat. I'm gonna let you listen to your jams while I take a quick BRB. Colin, thank you for the 4 months of sub, by the way. Tristan pumping it in chat for 11 months as well. I think I got you, but thanks, Tristan. And Colin, who said 10 out of 10. Yo, what up? All right, you guys listen to your jams. I'm gonna take a quick gamer death break. Take Midas out. And I can't leave it on pause because this is Iron Man, so anything that happens, I cannot undo. So there is no fail-safe there. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks for waiting. Hang tight. Yo. What are you guys jamming to? You guys know how Italy normally gets crushed in our campaigns? They're like, not this time. Nay. I refuse to bend the knee. Okay, well, we're just gonna fast forward time and chill as Greece. We don't have much to do except spin our wheels. I could up recruitment, but recruitment's pointless if you don't have any weapons or goods to back it up. Technically no negatives. That doesn't mean a whole lot. Okay, we can start making better artillery, but that's dangerous. Because its production cost is slightly high. It's just a little bit more expensive. It's the same resource cost for 50% more defense, 20% more soft attack against fleshy targets. It's also November, so I'm gonna start on researching research a little early for the 8% research bonus. All right, that's why we take this first, so we can switch production lines and only go back to 32% production efficiency. It's not too bad. Italy was fighting France, Romania, Yugoslavia, and someone else. But then they joined the Allies with fascist British Empire, who probably came in and saved the day. I would guess. Meanwhile, the Soviets are still at war with the SSSR, and the Japanese shogunate is making some progress in the east. +2 reconnaissance for recon companies. There we go, SSSR annexed, right on cue, in fact. I don't know when we're gonna start on docks. Pain in the ass. There's a lot of good things to do here. Let's just focus on what matters right now, which is probably just buffing infantry to 1940 standards. The fall of Vladivostok, the largest city in the Russian Far East and home of the Soviet Pacific Fleet, has been stormed by Japanese troops. Its strategic position at the far end of the Trans-Siberian Railway makes its loss all the more detrimental to the Soviet war effort in Asia. Many of the city's inhabitants still remember the Japanese occupation that lasted several years during the Russian Civil War. This time, some fear they may never leave. And the Soviet Union joined the Mutual Assistance Bloc with longtime ally, Lithuanian People's Republic, and that's it. Good for you. All right, we're finishing up, everybody except for the Aegean Islands will be at a 3 out of 5 infrastructure. I'd like to get that even higher. We really just need more factories. Only having 15 civilian factories is garbage. Don't mind me while I click buttons, trying to see what's what. Not sure when we should go. Effective total manpower is 130%. That's pretty good. Chat, what's 130% of 5? Because we're at 6.5% total manpower. And I really need to train some more soldiers, but we just have barely any supplies. It's very embarrassing. I'm already recruiting these guys. War is in our blood. We have waged it against others and had it waged against us since time immemorial. We have picked up more than a few tricks over the centuries, and it's about time our national army finally reflected the best of our blood-filled past. What the hell is this? Land doctrine cheaper, and we get division recovery rate plus 10%. That's great. Prime Minister Eleftherios Venizelos, leader of the Venizelos, and a revered titan of Greek politics, has passed away peacefully in his home. Venizelos was a passionate contributor to the Greek multi-party system and a figure who perhaps was unrivaled in how much he influenced Greek national consciousness. How can words alone do justice to the man who gave so much of himself to his country and countrymen? He is the architect of the nation we have the privilege of serving today, and the enduring legacy he leaves behind will outlast us all. The only black spot on Venizelos' immaculate record is the terrible loss our nation suffered after the devastating Greco-Turkish War of 1919. It is a blemish on an otherwise perfect legacy that we fully intend to avenge ourselves upon. Eleftherios Venizelos was a revolutionary, a statesman, and a political pioneer. He was our ethnarch, and we shall remember him as the uncompromising lionheart he was. Themistocles Souflis has taken over as prime minister and leader of the Philitherion, that is a Lord of the Rings faction, and has declared a national day of mourning for the recently deceased father of modern Greece. Lose 5% stability. Themistocles Souflis becomes the leader of the Democratic Party. Professional crisis solver. PP gain and stability. Back up. Chat, when are we going to declare war? When, I say. When will we be brave enough to declare war against Turkey? I don't know. I don't know. It always seems so scary. It's so scary. All right, let's do the Hellenic Navy. That way we can at least start getting some dockyards. We only get 3 dockyards? Oof. Field Hospital 2 is an extra 10% trickleback. That should be 30% of our casualties will be replenished, which is great. $1940. We can get 1940 fighters. Dude, I don't really know what I'm supposed to do as Greece. I think I'm gonna get my ass kicked. Is there a way to see how many factories? I guess Intel. 1 factory. Okay, it's not worth going to war with Macedonia for 1 factory. Like, I just don't know how we're gonna get past the bottleneck of Istanbul without a naval invasion. Does Turkey have any? They have 12 to 17 ships. We have a bunch of old, stinky, early destroyers. Okay, I think I know what we need to research next. We're gonna research naval invasions. We estimate them to have like 300,000 to 400,000 manpower, which we can match. We just don't have any guns. So we got 5 divisions popping out of the oven soon from training. It's not much. Trying to stay surplus on support equipment so we can improve our existing forces would be nice. Italy seems to have calmed down. Mexico is still at... No, they're at peace. They're chilling. Huh. Is the U.S. at war? Oh. Venezuela joined the Allies. Catholic Mexico is in the Allies. Huh. But they're not at war with the U.S. anymore. Interesting. Well, chat, when the DLC for this comes out, what would you play first? Should we play Ethiopia first? Or should we just go straight to Italy? And then Ethiopia. We Greeks have had a strong and proud maritime tradition since we first won our independence from the Ottoman Empire. Our navy is the strongest of our neighbors, and we only need to cultivate our naval legacy to make ourselves a truly powerful regional player in the Mediterranean. 3 dockyards for free, it's pretty good. Which trees is the DLC changing? Ethiopia, Italy is the big one, and Switzerland. Etalyx, how long does a typical Hearts of Iron game take if I wanted to dabble in it? For me, it's about 2 streams. If you fast forward faster, you can do it pretty quick. It's the shortest of all the Paradox games per campaign. So it doesn't take very long, but you'll want to restart as you figure out the mechanics and stuff. The Polish government has accepted a German proposal for the return of Danzig in exchange for military guarantees. A treaty's been drawn up, assuring the Poles that the Germans will come to their aid in the event of any hostilities against them. The price has been high, once more entirely cutting off the Poles from the sea. It may well have been worth it, in light of the communist threat in the east. It's faster if you lose right away, that's true too. That is also correct. Aligning ourselves politically with Britain or with Germany will allow us to rebuild some of our old heavy ships. Turkey gets Aegean troublemakers. Or we can get research bonuses for destroyer and sub models. That might be good. Battleship and battle cruisers. Or submarines. How about... I feel like rebuilding our old heavy ships is good because we do want a modern navy, which this is tempting, but just having access quickly to some old ships would be very nice just to get us some naval invasions into Turkey. So I might just go with scrap the Turkish naval treaty. Because destroyer and subs are fine. Our shipyard is just gonna make all ships cheaper to build and produce. But I think this is gonna open up some political power decisions. So if we can rebuild the old ships, I think we just get ships faster, which is what I need right now. Because we only have like 5 dockyards, which isn't gonna make a destroyer fleet very quickly. So we're gonna go for that. Where is it? Scrap the treaty. Because we're gonna take some old stinky ships and retrofit them and just put them in the navy just to have some extra. All we need to naval invade Turkey is naval superiority in one area. So we're just gonna concentrate our entire force. And we can choose whether we want to naval invade in anywhere on this western coast. Because we can launch from Athens, or we can launch from Thessalonica. And then land all up over here. Or we can even start from here and go across. We can get a small army just to hold Mytilene. That'd be good. Okay, so we got some choices, but yeah, we got some time before we got to finish these researches because I need to research naval invasions first. And then we need to train some more troops because these are almost done. And then hope Italy doesn't meddle in our affairs. Ooh, these are some good songs. Wait, are we planning to retake Constantinople? We're planning to reform the Byzantine Empire, hopefully. What's up, Mary Skipper? You already missed ha 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 and ki la la la, but it just happened. Long Yun takes national leadership in China following an extensive power struggle between Chiang Kai-shek and Long Yun. The former has finally conceded defeat and met in the residence. A mere 2 hours of negotiations later, Chiang Kai-shek has evidently accepted a proposal to transfer power to Long Yun and step down as premier of the republic. We may have just averted a civil war. Hopefully. No more civil wars in this timeline, please. Hey! Here they come. Here they come. We are out of stuff. We have manpower. And that's kind of it. Okay, so this is going to be a group effort. We can use another general. I don't like the one who sucks at all planning. General Napoleon. I dig it. You're pretty average across the board. A little reckless. Harsh leader. Non-combat out of supply penalties are lower. All right, we'll go for you, and we'll put you on the border with Bulgaria for now. It's a good beard. That is a good beard. I don't know what Bulgaria... We have a non-aggression pact with Bulgaria. For now. It might be a good option to try to invite to a faction. If we ever get to make our own faction. I can create factions with the die is cast. So we do need to kind of like get to war with Turkey fast. Dude, we are short a lot of guns. 4 factories, it turns out, isn't enough for what we're trying to do here. Who could have guessed? See, now we probably just want 1 factory on trains temporarily. I don't know how many we will need. But yeah, messing with these and kind of turning them around would be good. Alright, we spent probably way too long building up forts, but I think better safe than sorry when Italy's breathing down our necks. And we got 50% off of a Grand Assault Doctrine. Plus 10% to breakthrough, which is like our offensive punch, and some 5% against soft attacks. We also get a new battle plan. Well-planned attack. Okay, seems good. But anyway, hello, late arrive mod squad. Anybody else who just jumped in? What's up? We're playing some Greece. The world state has already shifted. The war is mostly quiet unless you're the Soviets versus the Japanese shogunate. Soviet Union's also war with King China and Minkakuo. So a few things have shifted. Italy, of course, is big, but the rest of the world is in a weird peace right now. Hey, WTF is going on here? I just explained it, Bubs. Hi, Bub. I had the itch for Hearts of Iron. We got the new Hoi DLC coming out in less than a month's time. Very excited. Play as a Swiss. Play as Ethiopia. Or play as Italy. Or all 3. There's also going to be a plane designer. Kind of like they already have for ships and boats. I mean, ships and tanks. Depending on what DLCs you have. Where is naval invasions? Oh, we have transport ships, but we don't have landing craft. What year is landing craft good for? It says 1940. Okay. Invasion prep time's faster, and we can have more troops in naval invasions, which is what we want. But there'll also be new options for peace treaties, or rather peace conferences, where you can make bids on the fleets of your enemies and absorb their ships into your own navy, which is kind of cool. As well as demilitarize different sections, regions of the map, and/or factions. What did Italy do? They joined up with fascist British Empire, who now controls Ireland as well. And they kicked France's ass. Chat, if you look closely from Switzerland, imagine Switzerland is the nozzle of a super soaker. Poland is the top receptacle that holds the water. And then this is like the handle, the grip of the super soaker. Okay? Do you see it? Paintball gun. Could be a paintball gun too. But yeah, we're just in wait mode. Indian Civil War against the Indian People's Republic. There you go. All right. A treaty that was supposed to put limits on the size of the ships that the Turks were allowed to build somehow ended up with us roped into it with the same restrictions. Forget it. Greece used to have glorious capital ships that dominated our shores, and during this time of strife, there can be no better security than a gigantic battleship. Is that true? We'll find out. Research bonus for battleship models and battle cruisers. Not yet. Not yet. Navy leader, battleship models, torpedoes. Okay, we probably want... Soon we're gonna want to actually declare war. Let's see what open up the country. Chat, are investment schemes good? Because that's one I haven't done yet. We also have stability 5%. I think stability 5% is respectable. That's only a 35-day research anyways. We have 500 PP. And I totally misunderstood what the last... Where's rebuild the old ships? Is it... What old ships do we get to rebuild? Did I totally misunderstand what that was? Aligning ourselves politically with Britain or Germany will allow us to rebuild some of our... Wait, aligning politically, does that mean I need to be in an alliance with them? Getting an alliance with the German Empire would be pretty sweet, but they're definitely not going to do it. I'm going to improve relations with them for fun. Italy hates us. So we canceled the debt. They've claimed our territory. Oh, good. I'm very excited. I might have to be in their faction. Maybe. Maybe it was supposed to be for, like, if you... Assuming you were playing historical, you probably join the Allies. And then you get access to them. Oops. Okay. Go to war with the Soviet Union, too. Japanese shogunate just... Aw, guys. You guys aren't even fascists anymore. Why did Japan join the Allies with Italy? What kind of messed up allies is this? They won't let me in. They're mean. They think I'm bad because they have negative 200 opinion of us somehow, even though we have plus 61 overall. Is there a decision to get in the good graces with Germany or Britain? I don't think so. This is all of my stuff. I can't scroll. So no. And neither of them like me enough to do anything. Who disabled people leave? Nobody did. It's just gone. Now you're not allowed to leave. Sorry. What about national focus? I mean, maybe if you did one of these? But we don't have the shocked plan anymore, so it has to do British docking rights. Trade manufactured ship parts for investment. We might just do the investment stuff next and just see how it goes. But I'm not gonna, like, appeal... the Soviets unless I have to, or it'd be very beneficial. A little bit of infantry equipment upgraded is quite nice. I say let's continue down that, and keep making our infantry as strong as they possibly can for the impending war to come. We're back to full-time building factories, albeit very slowly. We definitely need more infrastructure over here, because that is the border with Turkey, so at least a 4 out of 5 would be nice. And then a 3 out of 5 there minimum. Okay, let's go 5 times. As fast as possible. Dude, Chad, I started watching Maniac again yesterday. Doing a little Maniac rewatch on Netflix. If you haven't seen it, it's a good show. After I finished Severance, I was like, you know what? I'm still kind of in the mood for a show that messes with my brain and doesn't let me know what's real and what's not. So I'll watch this. The Bulgarian government supports the IMRO. That's not good. Bulgarians are playing with fire. Let's see. Earlier today, Bulgarian leader Boris III publicly announced the government will seek to negotiate with Ivan Mihailov, one of the most important chiefs of the Internal Macedonian Revolutionary Organization, the cessation of hostilities between the IMRO and Bulgarian authorities. According to the Minister of Interior Affairs, Bulgaria needs to cooperate with this organization to liberate the many Bulgarian Macedonians living in SFR Yugoslavia and the National Union of Greece. A bold statement that will undoubtedly reignite the Balkan conflict and increase tensions between the great powers. I have a non-aggression pact with Bulgaria, and they are threatening to undo that. That is what China restores German rule to Tsingtao. The Chinese government decided to accede the recent German demands for a return of their old enclave in Qingdao. Okay, well, we're gonna need some Bulgarian help here. Norway has joined the Mutual Assistance Bloc as the Estonia-Finland League has declared war on Norway. Okay. They're like, well, I guess we're joining the communists. Do what you need to do. Okay, a new fighter is in town, but we can't build it yet. It just has way better air attack. A lot more agility, like 30% more agility. Super fast. Same reliability. Nice models. New. Okay, what then? We got 1940 infantry tech. We got most of what we need here, except for maybe logistics. We could go back to naval research. Depth charges would probably be useful. Hey, plus 8% to research speed. We're learning about programmable computers. Good for us. We're definitely gonna need oil. We need to build more synthetics. Daily consumption max is 1K. Daily gain is only 96. Oh no. That's not good. Yeah, let's start on oil processing too. Chat, I only have like 15 factories. What am I supposed to do here? That is the trick. Do nothing. We're never gonna make airplanes. We're never gonna make boats. We have 200 convoys. Do we even have a 1940 hull? We don't even have a 1940 destroyer hull. Alright, what if we just... We only have 15 Navy XP. I forgot to do naval exercises with my old boats and give them a commander. Commander Alexandros, how long have you been hiding in that broom closet, sir? Get out there and teach those boats how to fight. You've got decent stats. Sweden joined the Mutual Assistance Bloc. The Estonia-Finland League is going ham. They're at war against the Soviets. This is not how I remember Finland. I don't think Finland's gonna make it, chat. The ships just sat at port. No one in the Navy knew how to do anything with them. Yeah. He's just been looking out the dockyards through the window. Like, oh man, I wish I could use all those cool boats. God, that would be so much fun. I'm ready to sail again. Oh my god, we don't make enough guns. We've only got 6 factories making guns. We actually have 1,000 extra artillery now. Somehow. Oof, this is bad. There will be no equipment to support any of you. We'll definitely have them beat in manpower, but like nothing else. And we're gonna have to trust Italy and Bulgaria to play nice while we send our entire force out and about. Okay. We have 50 days left till landing crafts. Research complete. We only have 22 Navy XP, so what I'd like to do is... Oh no. The German Empire and Bulgaria just issued a joint statement and granted member status to the Central Powers. Let me in. I wanna join? You non-aligned nerds? Okay, fine. I'll do what I need to do. Give me... What do we even have in our Navy? We have a bunch of early destroyers and some baby subs. Okay, let's go find the destroyers then. Maybe upgrade their guns a little bit at least. Do we even have radar? No ship radar. Oh no. Oh no, we haven't researched radar. Latvia joined the Central Powers? What are you guys doing up there? Okay, no radar then, that's fine. We don't need it! Have some batteries, have some anti-air, have sonar. Torpedo tier 2. Torpedo tier 2 again. I only have 23 points. And then we're almost done researching. No, it's 60 days until depth charges. This is gonna have to work. Only 1 anti-air on these? Dear God, they're dead. This is gonna be called the, Chat, what is the smallest Greek food you can think of? Hello, GamerDuff, but I'm already 1 step ahead of you. This is disgusting. The pita. The chickpea. I like chickpea, because this thing sucks. The single olive. Is this pre-war? I think this is pre-war. Alright, and what we're gonna do is emergency renovation of all these. Wait, not you. Only destroyers? Okay. They're going back to be upgraded. And once they get back, they should just appear here. Yep, they're there in the dockyard, so just move convoys down, if not delete them outright, and they'll take a, oh my god, it's gonna take like Dude, we need 5 more dockyards. This is gonna take months. It's 5th of July. That's a full month per ship. Oh no. Forget about this spot. This is so slow. It's gonna take ages. Okay, maybe we shouldn't have done such overwhelming upgrades to them, yeah? We're so poor. We are so poor. Have we even finished getting rid of the nasty national spirits? We still have political instability. Other than that, they're all positive. How many generals do we really need? At least one more. And I'll tell you why. Because we need somebody to strike out of Mytilene, basically. Reconnaissance. This person has terrible defense. They have terrible supply consumption. I think we're going to take them anyway because of that massive attack bonus. Infantry officer, quite reckless. All right, that's fine. Your front line is like here. But it's actually just going to be an area defense, I guess? Oh no, that's bad. How do we do this? Maybe I just do it manually? Oh wait, we can't get there because we... Hang on. Yes, we can. We just have to go to a dock. Let's go to Athens. How have I not noticed that amazing beard on the bottom right general? This guy? Just wasn't paying attention, I guess. Oh, there's actually 2 ways in and out. That's worse than I thought. Because we gotta hold the Aegean Islands. Kind of important dock that may not even require a naval invasion. I don't understand how to form a front line here, though. You just kind of can't. It's sad to admit, but we can't industrialize on our own. Long have we been dependent on the capital and industrial capabilities of nations larger than ours, and this era is no exception. So let's invite their capital and investments into Greece, because tomorrow we'll never need them again. If you say so. All right, let's do British docking rights. Because we may as well negotiate with the people who are also... Why are we so democratic? Why is daily change of fascism not going up? Oh, we have to hire the guy. Of course. We have a fascist government that's 51%, is representing 51% constituents are democratic. That's awkward. So what's nice about a naval invasion here is we could actually invade all along this, right under Istanbul. Hit 1, 2, well, 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, taking the other side of Istanbul means we can kind of take Istanbul and have a foothold on the other side. It'd be pretty sweet. But we have to have control of both these ports. I mean, both of these canals. Which I don't know if we can even get in there. I think they hold the canal. so I won't be able to do it. Turkish Straits, not canal. You know what I mean. Okay, so what about these investments? Decades of economic mismanagement by past administrations and rampant abuse by foreign powers have left our country destitute of a strong industrial foundation. The sad reality of the situation is in order to achieve our highest potential, we may have to ask for the assistance of some of those very same countries that left us in this position in the first place. Invite entrepreneurs for investment talks. Prestigious nation like the UK or British Empire, where we can show off our vast potential of our people, and manufacturing sectors should bear considerable fruit if we approach the right people. Sure. We can't go to Paris, though. I can rebuke them. Gotta invite the British over and say hi. Let's see what happens. Alright, logistics are taking a small hit here. We don't quite have enough supplies for all this. But we can do some pretty sick naval invasions as long as we have the, naval superiority. Alright, let's get radar. Clearly that's an issue. And then we just got support weapons 3. Giving us defense and breakthrough. Excellent. Now what? We haven't trained any... Oh, we haven't trained any Marines. That's a good idea. Okay, let's get 16 combat with Marines. Give them a logistics company, a field hospital, an engineer company, motorized recon, and I'd like to get support artillery, but we're too poor. Oh no. Okay. What? Why is this playing here? No support artillery, apparently. Maybe later. Chad, I can't even train the Marines. We're only allowed to have 24 special forces, and they're already taken up by mountaineers. Bro. I just spent all that for no reason. I could delete some mountaineers if I wanted. This is going kind of sloppily. Stop crying and saluting! I'm gonna get the 1940 destroyer hull, I guess. The British decided not to invest. Minus 5% stability. It's disappointing, though the British delegates not ruled out the future. Bro. I just got docking rights secured with you. The key to the Entente winning the Middle Eastern front during the Great War was their access to our Greek ports. We live in a time where it increasingly looks like the Mediterranean will be the powder keg that sets Europe on fire, and the British will surely benefit from having access to our ports again. Unlock new decision, trade, manufacture ship parts for investment. Why? And where? There's recommission the American battleships at peace with the US. That's what I wanted to do. Let me guess. You have to build them yourself. Oh boy. Cool. So where is the More. We have to have 6 or more naval dockyards for this. We're helping the British maintain their Royal Navy. Hold a national showcase for British investors. I am going to improve relations with them first. Okay, anyway. Appeal to the Soviets. We do not turn to the Soviet Union lightly. We'll be walking into the den of a wolf ready to pick our bones if we're not cautious. But it's surely better for us to go to them than it is for them to come to us. Fine, we'll try it. I am desperate. I need something to work. Lithuanian People's Republic has capitulated. They're dead. Hold a grand showcase here in the cradle of Western civilization in the hopes of luring investment into our impoverished industrial sector. Do it. Spin that PP. We need help. We're still retrofitting our old early destroyer hulls. Building some last-second naval dockyards. Hello, chicken priest. What's up? We're gonna need more fuel than that. Okay, it's 1940. If we're using we're not using logistics. Okay, 1940. I guess more oil's fine. We're down to 40,000 manpower, which is a little spooky. Out of 400,000 deployed. At what point do we start making plans? How about now? They have to break the non-aggression pact to get to us. So how many units? Here's what we're gonna do. I'm looking for mountains, because I have an idea. But these are all hills and plains. These aren't mountain. This is mountains. That's plains, that's plains, plains, plains. Where's the terrain overview? I was thinking about naval invading a mountain range. How do we feel about that? Can't go wrong. They'll never see it coming. Like, what if we just hit this soft underbelly? We take a port, we hit mountains, mountains, hills. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections with one group.
Ακούστε! Έτοιμος διοικητά!
Take all the mountain specialists, put them in the same group.
Μάλιστα διοικητά!
Gallipoli moment.
Έτοιμος προς αποχώρηση!
How many people can naval invade at the same time? We have no floating harbor. No. Chat, how many units can naval invade? Because we're going to go to here. Go to this port. Okay.
Μάλιστα διοικητά!
Oh, it's this song. Okay. These 9 units are going to hold this front line.
Έτοιμος διοικητά!
Turn it up. That's all you get.
Έτοιμος διοικητά!
I'm coming up with the plan. I think it's gonna be time. Trade, manufacture, ship parts for investments. The Greek offers ship parts in exchange for investment. I don't know how this is gonna work. Let's give it a try. And invite them for trade talks again. All three at the same time. We're just really banging on the door. British Empire, give me something!
Μάλιστα διοικητά.
Just give me anything!
Διατάξτε.
You don't understand how desperate we are. Okay, we're gonna make an offensive line that looks... Where is this? Bursa? The offensive line is gonna look like this. Oof. I need the rail. And the river. A funky offensive line, but you know what? Maybe it'll work.
Έτοιμος διοικητά. Διαταγές.
Okay, can I level you up? Probing attack. General used probing attack. It was very effective. Paratroopers. Let's just do skirmisher. Probe attack is fine. And this guy can be cavalry defense. Motorized defense, mechanized defense. Increased chance of executing blitz and encirclement. No, let's do entrenchment speed. Okay, so here's what we got. We got 5 divisions here, ready to push into Izmir. We got 5 divisions in Mytilene, ready to push onto the coast in Bursa. We've got 9 divisions ready to push to Istanbul, and we got 12 divisions who are going to be prepping for a cheeky naval invasion. Let's go ahead and set that up. Naval invasion. We want to launch the naval invasion from here. Heraklion. And we're going to invade this underbelly. They'll never see it coming. Bring in the mountaineers. Enter. Launch it. Preparation has begun, chat. Now we gotta do is establish superiority over the Eastern Mediterranean and Aegean Sea. And all we gotta do there is finish the repairs of these ships. We are actively building... We need 2 more. Let's just get 2 more. The British invests! At last. A rousing success. The Aegean adds a civilian factory. Good tidings. We need more civilian factories. We need to lower consumer goods. It's war. Why haven't I switched? Dude, it didn't. It's not highlighted. I could have switched to war economy. Probably ages ago. All you have to do is be fascist. Could have done this like a year ago. We would have gotten so much more construction speed and free factories. It actually only gave us like 1 or 2, so never mind, but still. We've done it forever ago. Nine divisions on the same tile. What could go wrong? The British have invested again! They bring good tidings. Do we want a building slot or 1 civilian factory added? Wait, choose? There's no more room to build. Oh, there is room to build in Crete. A building slot is better long term. Well, we found something to do with all the excess PP we got. Found a place to dump it. Getting some investments.
Έτοιμος διοικητά.
We just require 50% naval supremacy. Is Britain finally friendly? They think we're pretty chill. We're still never gonna join their faction. Because we can't. But they'll invest in us at least. As long as we stay at peace. And fascist support should be going up, so that's nice. So what we're gonna do next is finish appealing to the Soviets and just go for war. Chat, it's wartime! It took the whole stream to get here, but buckle up, because I'm just gonna launch it and see what happens. If we lose, we lose. At least we can rip the Band-Aid off. We should definitely outnumber them, manpower-wise. Now, they do have airplanes and we do not.
Καταγιές!
And that's just the way it's gonna be. They're not in a faction, so we just have to do this quick. You guys need... Ooh, Moscow's fallen? Oof. Probably motorized recon. Need some trucks, need some support equipment. That's all I can afford. After a series of pitched battles, Allied forces, they're not the same allies, have occupied Moscow, capital of the Soviet Union. The city has suffered extensive damage and fires still rage on both sides of the Moskva River. Despite heavy bombing, the Kremlin is reasonably intact and it has been chosen as a location for the HQ of the Allied Occupation Administration. With the loss of Moscow, the Soviet war effort has suffered an enormous blow. Although most of the government is believed to have evacuated the city well in advance of its fall, military experts claim a complete Soviet collapse may not be far away. You don't say. How did this happen? When did you guys even declare war on the Allies? Oh, when Japan joined the Allies. Oh. Soviet Union is fighting the British Empire, Italy, and Japan alone, all by themselves. They were the only ones fighting in World War II. Just like I read about online. Invest back into neglected Siberian provinces. Let's just wait until manufactured ship parts is over and see what happens. Alright, horror and fear. This is declaration of war. This song doesn't do what I'm about to read justice. This song doesn't either. Demos Kai Phobos, horror and fear. These were the twin sons of Ares, god of war. Spartans spilled blood in honor of the sons of Ares on the battlefield. Isolated and alone, we too shall spill blood on the battlefield in honor of our glorious past. That's how someone from this era might talk. Beyond this music, they might say something to this effect. Maximalist Portugal versus Spain. Communist Spain versus fascist leader, Gonzalo Acuna. The Spanish Empire joined the Allies. The Allies are OP in this timeline. I need the Central Powers gotta do something. The British invest. One building slot, 3 off-map civilian factories? Yes. Oh, that's amazing if it works. Do that one again. Was that the manufactured ship parts? Do we have to give anything for that? Is it just PP? PPPP? PPPPP? Try that one again then. Gamble. It's 40 days. That's huge. I guess the last shipyard's coming out. And the last 3 divisions are coming out just in time.
Παράγγελμα!
The Turkish troops seem to be waiting for us. Supply is also quite tough here. We need to just start building this naval base before Horror and Fear is done. That way we can get more supplies. All right, Marines have been upgraded. It's almost 1941, which means let us begin on construction industry and other things.
Έτοιμος προς αποχώρηση.
Too many things going on and not enough factories to help. We can do radar. That's going to be helpful eventually. 1940 destroyer hull's not useful right now. All right, going all in on industry production efficiency and dispersed industry. Deep breath. I'm nervous that this isn't gonna work. Okay, here's what we need. We need the ships, our fleet, whoever's left, to stop exercising. Believe it or not, we actually do have -19 steel. Ew, that's not good. The Japanese shogunate declared war on Sinkiang. Spicy. Sinkiang is big. They joined the Soviets. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, anyway. What am I doing? I'm trying to figure out whether we should switch to limited exports right now. I think we should. We're gonna lose the construction, research, and factory bonuses, but we'll get more resources. And the PP will be spent in a way that lets us have a surplus of steel instead of having to trade, because I can't afford to trade because we don't have enough factories to trade. Okay, so we should actually be producing everything at full speed. I'd really like to make some special destroyer hulls with whatever we got. Light battery 2, we can always update them later. We have radar. Wait, do we have radar now? We don't have ship radar yet. Oh. Torpedo 2s. Yeah, we have to wait a little longer. Okay. We gotta do one more. We'll do the last radar after improved oil processing is done, because we need more oil anyways. So we're gonna need one fleet. You're repairing? Oh, from, oh, speaking of repairs. We need more docks allowed for repairs. Repairs are pretty important. Probably much more important than actually building ships. This game makes me miss marching band. This game makes me miss the war. This game makes me want to go on a merry-go-round. Has nothing to do with your name, right, Mary Skipper? Certainly nothing to do with that. Your leader looks silly. You do not speak ill of Georgios Kosmides. Okay? Look at this hopeful face looking up to the heavens, knowing that he is blessed by God to lead Greece back to Byzantine glory. The sun is kissing his forehead beneath his metal helmet that doesn't cover his ears because that's not important. All right, oil into radar. We're only getting 144 fuel a day. It's not a lot. Leading Greece to horror and fear currently. Horror and fear indeed. He doesn't have a Waluigi face. Waluigi has his face. All right. We should be done with repairs imminently. This won't be done until the 27th of January. Oh, these are heavy ships. Those are the big boys. Ah. The British invest 3 more off-map civilian factories. This is incredible. We've got 6 factories. That is really powerful, and I wish I had been doing it sooner. Because now we got like 6 off-map factories. We're just using 5 for consumer goods still. There we go. That's crazy good. All right, we are building our... Oh, we need infrastructure too. They actually are fully supplied. Very nice. Okay, here's what we need. We need our fleets. Music, go down. Thank you. Okay, we need to establish naval supremacy. Bam, got it. We need to establish naval supremacy in time for the war, which ostensibly starts in 13 days. So, we have terrible ships, but at the very least, we did upgrade our early destroyer hulls to slightly better torpedoes, batteries, anti-air, hydrophones. Yeah, so I mean, there's a little bit better, slightly improved. And then, because we have naval superiority, we can launch a naval invasion, which is supposed to go off with 70% plan value. They're not going to expect getting hit down here in Mersin. Or are they? They actually do have people down there. We'll see how this goes. I have 12 units. And I have already researched tier 2. Where is it? Yeah. Landing craft. This will work or we die. Yeah, I'm all in. I mean, this is the whole point of the run. So, buckle up, chat. No more recruitment. What we're probably going to do at this stage, because we have positive equipment, is save enough PP for service by requirement to double our manpower pool, because manpower is only 40,000. It's not a lot. They are pretty stacked over here. I'll give them that. They know. I'm a little nervous. Also, Italy's here. If they join the Allies, we're screwed. Or if Italy gets hungry. It is what it is. Can't... This is an Iron Man save, by the way. I'm not really sure how Turkey was able to call the British Empire and the German Empire in to war here. Could someone explain that to me? Turkey is guaranteed silly etal. Oh yeah. Chad, this was a fun stream. I really enjoyed just building up a nation for 6.5 hours and then ruining the whole thing. Well, good luck. This is why. Maybe you should only play on Iron Man if you know what you're doing? Yeah, they had guarantees. You're right. Can I join a faction now? No, because there are 2 different factions here. US, will you guys let me join? Oh, everybody, dude. Bulgaria, Italy, send it. Just leave Greece, leave Athens, take Turkey. It's fine.
Διατάξτε!
We're going in.
Έτοιμος διοικητά!
Haha, I was just kidding, bro. Oof. Ugh. This is bad. Oh, that's real bad. Germany under attack, it says. Oh, really? You got dragged in. Germany got dragged into a war. Germany under attack. Okay, I have an actual question for chat now that we can all laugh at the error of my ways. Gentlemen, it's been an honor. Yes, it has been an honor.
Ακούω!
What is the best way to actually reform the Byzantine? Oof. What is the actual way to do that tree if Turkey is guaranteed by everybody? I guess you just do the Gordian knot or nothing. Because it has to succeed. At what point does Turkey get guarantees? You have to attack them before the guarantees. I don't know. I didn't know they were going to get guaranteed. It's kind of an important piece of information, so my bad. This is pretty funny, though. I laughed. 25 to 50% world tension. Is it specifically Turkey, or is it a bunch of different nations? Meanwhile, in Alexandropolis. Oof. Spicy here. Bunch of nations. Britain throws out guarantees like crazy. Okay, someone said 100, someone said 25 to 50. I need to know this. What world tension do guarantees happen? Guaranteeing lowers world tension. The world tension can go up to like 25%. The UK starts issuing guarantees to try to bring world tension back down. This is what happens when you play a game for 400 plus hours and you still don't know one of the major mechanics of the game, because Paradox games just have a lot of depth. Goodbye, sweet Greece. UK World Police. Normally, Turkey isn't guaranteed since Focus doesn't give AI any hints. They like to guarantee people you are justifying on, but Focus doesn't justify. It just goes. So guess just be faster, so no random Turkey guarantee. Okay, that's fair. So basically, it's just world tension super high, I waited too long, and also RNG. I'm curious who else is guaranteed that's not currently involved in a war. Like, is Iran guaranteed? Like, they're guaranteed by nobody. Iraq? Nope. Saudi Arabia? Nope. India's different. Waited too long plus RNG plus L plus ratio. I think the guarantees are part of Turkey's focus tree. Let's see. God, Turkey's focus tree is so big. I should play Turkey again, huh? British Empire enacts guarantee independence. Right here. Anglo-Turkish agreement. It, like, probably just happened recently because you have to go... They already went down these trees. They already did this, all these golden ones. All these golden ones. And they just did Anglo-Turkish. Turkey gets a non-aggression pact. They also, so basically they strategically got the UK and Germany to guarantee them via their focus tree. Did not realize that, but a very valuable lesson was learned. I will always check on a nation's political page before I declare war on them again. This is the first time this has ever happened. But there's gotta be a first time for everything. Oh yeah, I may as well play it out and just be swallowed up, because that's what's happening. What happens when you are in alliance with someone who guarantees the person you attack? You just probably don't enter into the war with them? Oh, actually, I don't know. I'm not sure what scenario that happens. But yeah, you gotta be faster. I just didn't know that was on Turkey's focus tree, and I didn't look first. I didn't look before I crossed the street, which is really too bad. These guys got in, which is pretty sweet. Gotta help the other guys get in if possible. We're already surrounded, which is hilarious. 8 of my convoys just got sunk because guess who just showed up? Oh no, my convoys are getting sunk. Just arrived here, my man. What are you doing? I live in Istanbul. Don't worry. You've got the entire world defending you. You're good, spaceship. You can go home. Don't worry about looking out your window. I made a mistake. A very grave mistake. On Iron Man difficulty. Are you winning, son? Absolutely not, no. Lessons were learned today. Very valuable lessons were learned today. Ooh, they mobilize here very fast. Where am I? Oh, these guys are super dead. Chat, it was fun. If we weren't surrounded on all sides from Bulgaria and Italy, we probably would have actually beaten them to Istanbul up there. They have a lot of help up top. Greece versus the world. You brought me into eternal debt, and I'm gonna go out with a bang. Greece is trying to rob the World Bank right now. Shooting guns into the air. This is what you get for trying to keep me down. The world was against us from the beginning. I would say that this is probably my least successful Hearts of Iron attempt ever. And that clearly I struggle with Greece because it went about this bad the first time I tried Greece as well. But you can't put a price on knowledge. I'm just glad that we ended at the end of a normal stream time and didn't continue this like tomorrow and then realize that it was a total lost cause. I don't know how to get a higher amount of manpower against Turkey that fast though. Just gotta be faster. Japanese troops in Greece. Oh. You know what I'm gonna do, right? I'm gonna play Greece off stream. And try to figure out how to do it better. Get some practice in. I'm dead. GG, chat. GG. Well, in lieu of that sad state of affairs, you can at least take a peek behind the curtain and see my off-stream Netherlands playthrough. We did an on-stream Netherlands playthrough, and then I did a second campaign with a different tree. And it looks like this. That me. The Benelux Federation. Our remaining allies are Ireland, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, and Czechoslovakia. We had more. And we made the European Union. And the United Kingdom took that personally. Winston Churchill personally declared war on the Benelux Federation as presumably a preemptive strike against the German Empire, who we are not allied with, but pretty chill with. And then the UK, United States, Canada, and some other allies joined up. So, I have 5 million total manpower as the Benelux Federation. It's a lot. I think I have service by... all adults must serve. 20% recruitable pop. Check out my navy. Destroyer spam. I'm making tier 4 destroyers that look like this. In 1946, I got about 39 destroyers that are all upgraded. Got Pebble Guardians and Big Bark with a bunch of torps just dominating around the Mediterranean, ironically. Was this, yeah, this is the one I played on my Steam Deck, to check it out on Steam Deck. So I also have been building a Air Force. This is the Netherlands Air Force. We have 126,000 airmen, 4.5 thousand fighters. Been trying to catch up to the UK. RIP 22 days of oil. Yeah, I've been at 22 days of oil forever. I have like barely any natural gas. I have so many refineries, and I just keep bouncing between like just enough fuel to keep me going where I need to go. But I just reclaimed Iberia for the Spanish Empire, who's not even allied with me because the UK and the US took it over and were right at my doorstep, so I had to kick their ass. So I think that was the last thing that happened, was the Spain actually just got retaken in this timeline. So you can see all the people still trying to like figure out where the hell to go next. So yeah, no war with German Empire. Did you lose the Dutch East Indies? Oh yeah. To Britain and the United States? With no navy? Absolutely.
Bevelen.
Had to give that up. What do your infantry divisions look like? They are thick. 42 combat width. Motorized recon, maintenance, NG companies, support anti-tank, and field hospitals. And then we have quad artillery, line artillery, and 2 anti-air. I'm not letting superior air forces mess me up.
Ja, commandant.
42 thick combat width. What do your bicycle divisions look like?
Bevelen.
They look like this. 5 bicycle battalions, full support. And we have coastal... We've been fending off all US and United Kingdom naval invasions along the entire coastline. Now we're defending Iberia too for fun. Artillery bicycles! Uh-huh. And what I've been working towards is trying to get it to where my navy... We also have a submarine division called Shh, which look like this. All leveled up. Got snorkels, big torpedoes. But yeah, we're patrolling in here, around Italy, and just sniping dudes. Gonna do a cipher crack on you. Shh. Don't tell anybody. But yeah, the plan was... Okay, see, now that, the war in Spain is won. Basically just reposition all the airplanes. It's 1,200. We need more air bases. I'm not going to actually play this. I just wanted to show you. So the actual reason I'm not going to stream it is because we literally have just waiting. I have 105 military factories and 102 civilian factories. It's really nice when you get to take over France as the Netherlands. I am racking up ships. I am building an incredible Netherlands Navy. We got 2 on destroyers. I just started 3 cruiser production lines. I have so much steel, I don't know what to do with it all. 1 subline and some convoys because we keep getting hit by the UK. So I was like kind of moving all my planes. This was the fun part. Was taking all the planes and then just messing shit up in the English Channel. What's the cruiser design? Everything is luxury. Way too expensive, but I just can't stop using maximum everything. So we have 2 types of cruisers. I got the big meanie, which is my, I think, heavy armor. And it's got triple dual-purpose secondaries for the AA, because Britain AA is ridiculous. 2 Tier 4 batteries. 3 Tier 4 anti-air. Tier 4 sonar, radar. These things are crazy. And then I got the lean machine, my light cruiser, which is... single, like the auto-loading cannon, secondaries, anti-sub, just a little, it's not really like less expensive, but it is lighter. Big Meanie's a heavy cruiser. So that's what I got going on. So if you want to see something funny, send to every single plane known to man, including 1,200 naval bombers, to the English Channel. I have a lot going on. And then just watch the fireworks as my navy goes ham. Ugh. 2 light cruisers, 2 destroyers dead. 20 bombers dead is ridiculous. See, look at them. Convoys, dead. Destroyer, dead. 20's outrageous. I can't kill that many. That's a lot of planes, though. And then usually they try and fight back. Oh, I forgot to actually give them jobs, because I'm good at this game. I was wondering where they all are. There's 4,300 fighters above the English Channel with 1,200 active bombers, and then you can watch the... This spam is... How... Chat, while you're here, and I've got you here, how do you disable this? Because when you have 4,000 planes and they're all airborne at the same time, the game's like, pop up, pop up. Ace pilot, who dares wins, who dares wins, who dares wins. And if you leave it going for longer than a few seconds, it just only comes up that spam. This is why we're getting the plane rebalance? I guess, it's ridiculous. Someone was shot down. Who dares wins. See, they brought 6,000 fighters to bear against us, but I have like... You want to see my planes? Check out these planes, dude. This is the Fokker Super Elite. You heard me, the Fokker. I didn't actually name that. That's the actual Dutch name, Fokker. Okay, so... Fokker off. If you don't like it. That's just the Dutch name, chat. I didn't make it. Check these guys out. Look at the Super Elite. 5 out of 5 reliability. I can pump the weapons. And almost pump the range. This is extremely talented fighter. So that's why I still have air superiority, even though they outnumber me by 1,600 enemy fighters. Okay, it's shifting back in their direction, but still. Who dares wins? Who dares wins? I have 30 factories making planes. I don't have enough fuel for all of them. Anyway. So that's the problem. I'm basically going to keep playing this off stream until I successfully naval invade or paratrooper the United Kingdom. And I think the strategy is actually just go. Believe it or not. Like just paradrop before they have a chance to redistribute planes and get the troopers off. You can turn off plane events in the decision's very top has checkboxes. Event pop-ups? But wouldn't that, that's gonna be really handy on the Steam Deck. Okay, anywho, that's it for tonight, chat. Wasn't actually going to play that. I just want to show you that sometimes I am good at the game, and tonight was not one of those nights. Greece got wiped, but I'm glad it happened in the duration of one stream instead of taking 2 streams to figure out. I think you want events, but ditch news. I'll experiment with it. Alright, I'm going to go get some food. We'll try again, probably before the DLC comes out. But I imagine we'll play something a little different tomorrow, kind of shake it up a bit. I wouldn't mind maybe playing some Captain of Industry, possibly. I've been wanting to jump back into that. It'd be fun. Greece got wiped, but I'm glad it happened. I'm going to try some Greece off stream, okay? But thanks for the tips, the heads up. Sorry to make you guys wait for one 6-hour-long joke. But, to be fair, that particular save wasn't the most interesting ahistorical run I've ever seen anyways, because it's just obnoxious when you pick fascist or something, and then the AI's like, me too, we're all gonna be fascist too. You want to see a little bit. There wasn't really a world war. It was like Soviet Union versus everybody, and Germany wasn't involved in anything. It was worth the wait for the punchline. Yeah, it was a pretty memorable, stupid, hilarious, instant failure. Especially being Iron Man mode made it even sweeter. No way to undo. Fully committed. When I said we were going all in, that's not quite what I had in mind. But yeah, that was just a 6-hour joke. But yeah, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. We'll probably start at like 3 p.m. or so. 3 p.m.-ish. And maybe play some Captain of Industry. May or may not do some new RimWorld this week. I've been thinking about it. But there's some other games I want to play as well that I think you'll like. I got some things installed that we need to get to. We got a lot on our plate. And we'll definitely, I think, be streaming probably Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, if I had to guess. But thanks for coming by and keep me company. Also, good night. For now, I will send you off on a little end of stream raid before we go feed Doggo. Let's go say what's up to Sim. He's playing some Risk. And we'd probably love to see you. So go check him out, give him a follow. And you're going to be put in good hands. A warm, cozy place to be. to finish off your night. So, good night for now. Well, like I said, we got time before the new Hearts of Iron DLC comes out, so we'll give it another shot. Well, we're going from Hearts of Iron to Risk. I think that makes a lot of sense. Hope Sim has better war strategies. I'm sure he does. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.